Order.
Dutene jona hajadetia se ne wetine se jona het aldi ajit a halada da jon det ek a jon ko agantera da se ne zuna het aldi ko zona he kwet ek shuna he jashu amina he chaja ke li juna het tene ko zona het ek keshu se ne zin ko go oni de masia. It's such an honor to be here again today to say prayers for all of you, and I ask a great Creator to help each one of you to bless your homes, your grandchildren, and to all your family members, wherever they are, wherever they journey. And I ask the Creator to help you, to help our people in the Northwest Territories, the people that you represent. And also I'd like to ask the Creator for thanking Him for giving us a very beautiful day today. Although it's cold outside that we have no control of, but He has given us a good day for all of us to be here today together. Edasne wetsine dutene massi se ajuna helu sinafe. Se massi dutene ajun thaude jun tete. A me go dien kui desi sene zio go anti go inshu. Ajun jo gotlin de go ajun thaude go nata ke tiwa ke dera se ho tu ajun go anti go ja ajun go inke. Se massi kai go ne zishu. Kalats e jik ala go anti ala go ne zura se ajun masinafe. A taum is at a chew doesn't chew mizit a hotini day. A taum is at a chew doesn't chew mizit a hotini day. A taum is at a chew doesn't chew mizit a hotini day. Senwetene semotega Marie de Gaia Jean Goti at isi seho twetu deg and a hewanti. Masi dutene kai chas and is in a hakuna o. Sene is you a jona hekoja now to that dutene a jon hegalat uta. Amijunk aven anata gate sene in the lago canele gotten seco daijin not sanel as a hotiajuna kakukimde. Se masi dutene ajon hegala nuts asia, Galanes utes a jig alanes yugots anti, Asia sea jon simea masin fed as a dutene ajuna nataitia. Said Tajak Efene Dani Zite Gound, Dejak Ene get Ashko Shukako Deni Day, Merats and Taunted and Dutsenek and Adindi, Ami Ulhinego to seek Nafiti, get a Nauhinena Kananendi, Ulhine, I never Jana Hake and Endi Ulhinena Jayu, O Anele Hoti Count any day. Nets the guy who led the guy and the notes in it, Zake and Ave. I nego to set Tassa not in no Kanive, not in the Chofe Danila. Dega Marimo na gods ik desoni kani kontak enata inti. Godin kled zenge sat zenge selon univernes it akagunt any day. Se masi se de guys and I shake and say what you do. Let anhaivan let ajon cloud and is in hike and in this Asia must in effect. Masi. A town is at a chew doesn't chew mizit a hoteni day. A town is at a chew doesn't chew mizit a hoteni day. A town is at a chew doesn't chew mizit a hoteni day. Masi.
I'd like to thank Mayor Jane Kazon for the opening prayer. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, as the 2026 wildfire season approaches, I would like to provide an update on our government's continued investment in wildfire preparedness and resilience across the Northwest Territories. Building wildfire resilience
Ela kote konta kote konkani de sene serjono tuketi in de da sin det enk au de ke sene serjo klaude kontat enk e kont enk da sene se gut kunata sets ulegeti da sene serjo gutlin de go kesh go helegeta ela kote de gala dale megara kontat enk sene serjo si u gu de kani wa ge ela na hishu dilaji kont enk down dira a jo asi kani kontat enk en det enk si helen si Eji megali nare senezia gots ulegeti. Erami kontats egela geta, ikani konts ege bisi, ejisoa jontlaude go hegala geta. Dene go den lle hats ege ka, ejiami kani kuets ege latin lilane kontats ege, ajo go on et hond e, atlasene ko, kani kontau delegates on oigeti, erati kani go on et honsi mega lilane da sene gotlin dego eji, ego helilane de galageta. Nahi en tashu dia sits ogalat et taji semet aude aunt e gozajo kontats e wageti era dia gala dala megali lani da senezu kontanezi go ogeti countini de kutio kutso Kets ohone kontea koneni deji megadi danida dandida kuen kani wuts inti aji kani konta hali senezi muts inti agede kani again laund e Era kodeshe gonane shuti asikani ajo asikani agetisi eje megali lane kontas nasi ogenti ageti era kadeshe gonane shu nahi shu kase gonane shu wats etawats integeti era eje kontas eshu isenizi go ogeti era kadi jotene agotesi eje gonane shu senezi kanits eta goane tonte kashi unto ki saswa je kotsa kera seneze go on twageti atla eje kishe go tak ashu kanina kwani de edati shua jon tlaute sika jon tlaute igera daso go ogeti eda koti athes and simegats etasi eje go nane shu sene zu ajo kontats ke asi sets ulegeti Era na hishu ka jon tlaute menata I don't dida jon tlaute konts ege I go helina galats eta kandidat segots elegete da kodi tene ya go desi eji mega elilani da sene izio jon kontanes ya go de azo go o Eda kodi na hishuk enta lilane kontats agetene go hegalats eta go jon tlaute go nata segots elea Aji gots esi sene ze gots ese gots eliageti masi. Era kati dicho I eje kuets eke gade gondega. Dene go de I holi lani da jo I kuets eke dani da se go gele meo kakuinta di edati tlela mega lani dani da du sene go in da zon sene zing go ase gots eliageti eji mega lani dani da semena da se gots ele ajo go tinte go eje go de kue go la je county wageti Eda eje gonane shua joasi agentasi Atlante kachene on kuno sulai hats and ekasi lo due kanitsongala gintalet a koti duje gonane kurats ake kontats ake go hegala get that aseni segots ulegeti wageti atla eki 2000s ake soa jon claude clau asita gwagintaut elegeti edati tela jimega lina danita jo gotlinte go eje sene zulhe hegala tara gots ulegeti Era koti etikane sampanasha meche kuets eshu go helilane go sampat acho gotlin de go eshe kwene ze chwele geti daje shua jo tlaute go natsaki dirasene ze se go tsulegeti Era koti kaki line de megalilane da sene ze go sampara sene ze tenatsaketi as go on eshila shitani da me kontishu metafela tanida ajo I sampanage meche go sampashu fela ajo gotlin dego keji iko helilane sego gelejila jon tlaute jo gotlin dego keji geti da jo tene go desi gotlin de kakache hlele me latin lab eno gotso o kila me latin lab eno zo kwe kanet eso sego gelez go o era je go nane latin lab eno latin no lego zo hlele me tauno o kwe one ejila 2044 keswa go legeti atlaji tene tanet khani tu tenate khani ko ke de thagai ko ke hiunde eje shuki aji kha kwe deni la hlele me sila lab eno eji la 2044 eso kisha jo ko ke leketi era eji megal lanik entali la hegala tsuta ko tsametso se ko tsuleketi era eji kweshu eji khani megatse tani de eji ami nakete je ko aure aunt eji megal la khota zane au deke tani da jo hlaute se khania ke ta go o era eji inti be 2025 eso eji tene khanik au vesi kontrats ke ko helekete ajo kweteni la o kuno ko heko tsoko kinte atlaje ke ni ve kwetani ke ni vesi kontrats ke ko tsoko kinte khakachene tene ajo tin la peno sinlano lanit ata ko heta ko disia ajo satson silo khana di tsoko di thata ke fa edaje me gali la dira sene zu me tso ajo hlaute se ko tselega tene ko tese choko tin tsenk au de kwetsenk au de kete tin shutie fanya sigala ke taut ele etia simet au de ara sene zu hegala tseta me gara kontats ken tene au de ke ami kontats khanik ave kin lisi je shua jo hlaute le helena gala tseta keti eti tlela ke diswa ke tut ele ejla ki me gali lani tatani ta sene zinko okene ve khaniwa keti era je ko nane shu jo khana hode senti semet au de ara me gara kontats kone nats et sedatle henats ute gozo ajon gotlinte ko kejin se ko kwen one ko tse lega so ko onketi masitene ko te era ko di eji kota asi khani tsok ave chokontega Dene ko te du sene lilani ne kontats au te ve eji atlai ko ve ko tade mesi je khani met only lan sets uleketi inti tai zen lilani da je meta jon hlaute se ko tsin la asi khani tle mega da kyo tse at kya ko kin la da eji de ko tle chiga kin tada je kwen Deni la sun la lilani de senese ki ga intaketi eda eji la atlave clinic katlo de katlo de che First Nation gotsana ade gotso eje ko nane shu je redele kwen it's out in Fort McPherson, Petsakade, Lingos and Tulit, a la 2020 eso guaicogele. A that did deco lecture cooking la laje, Canada's a ove go hacking lounge a. And I could each of the go de Kania Jomenata secos and Jimegai Lilane go to go tatem meta con their sis and Jumenata sets ulegati. And I could go to go Asians you say hard, Hanet a sea canitega seco gay 2,000 go kwako tante leta me gali lani da tekile ko tiketi ejimetso oni lani sene je kontats ke I ka teke ko heli lani da inte ko lechu ke je me gali lani da tani da jo si se ke le asundi era se la khane theni kon eji sene je jit agala ke tasi khane je Sets and Kedagali Gitaketi. Do you barely lane contats and a casual salters and a tane unico king also go on. A she megali laneta sene zoo, I Canada's and gay a Jean Tautico Hennes Yakogelia. A decanite go etchula megali lane gotlin deco Asian Tanita contats and a sene zuko heko waketi. A that the county see a she megali laneta on cashew two like that is she can win dear. Goes on contas I get cook. Tanita jo hlaute menata se ko tsela si shi khandi wa ke di edati khani ko ti ku thu ko thare mesi e shi te ko tle chila megal lane tanita jo hlaute ine jo si ke ga taga eda shi ko nane shuti ami khani jo jat at ke ga la gi te ke ami jo sampat ke khani kaudin li e shi ko nane khothat ke le he li lane dati jo hlaute ko kin laund e Erati kanite he galats eta kontas ekene tenek aode te eji megali nare senezit yakoti hunte eraji je megali senezut he galats eta ra ko tsele gazoko o Eracho tene akote sikotlinte ko keji kenta lilane da senezio jo hlaute sikanit anezio kontas ekegala ketara Kozo Era is got in dead like all the sick contracts and ego hair like get that as go on. At la kuti she go nani she at la go quaco down till it take with eches and megali lanita, tanita contracts and a senes your joshana tanes unico king araji county wagging launde. And I could do like is she all the cogan there, arrange it's like all the condea. And I could 2026 in that dice and so white horse on your days one go ahead like a day I get it. And I could dish at this one conia canito do I say canito walla get that caniwa get it. And I cut the since you don't tell Lane, Kiko Haggett in Allegati, at la middays one conia canite, the tissue on Cashigo target, see, as you should send a zoo. Go here get as go on. Kani ho a kitanata in classic dalet a deco target in get day. And I on cashew canite swa canico target any day in clash on the neke legos and good in K a day diajon clautegua seco gate legas go on. And I could just say count in a day go none issue a single target you again the caniga target that's like it as a halagate takagate wakinte. Da could go none should range less a shoe kagate eti ami kani is it good in a gosha lekot hat in Rile is she take it news like a second lalet aki goes yan the Rile get it. Is she la eat lanit is she met on only lanit at Jersey gosha got hat in gate. And I could is megats at Danny day, as she amigo none shoe at Latichok all decade a day there, Hitler she canoe cooking down there. And I could is she macats like Asian mezzocoin desi, as she la go none shoe a sick home dinner day, as she lega go down a day. And I cut Eji asi counting day eji mega lilandida senezi piago degas go o counting day eji deswa konya si shugo tau tiketi kanihoki counting island. La kudi tena go de si te deswa konya si senezi jo tau te go nata se go tselega go o atla eji go nane shu eji go tau tini de kanuji leke ja segin lalet aki go tat in ilegeti. Edana he shu kanites one konya shu gonte nats esha go o go so on kya shu in le hani segin lale ko kajo zo go target in aso go on di. And our frame let's like all the conte up. And I should go none shoe a digital current like as on thought the seconds legate. And I cut the Asian me riley lani that anidas on thought the chocolate day go Asian crank or seconds layers ago. Asian me riley lani is sapanage me check question senezi can it's like it was I get the as ago on. And I cut Asian clearly lani senezi. Eji megali lanita asi sanet lanita eji khani metsakeda megatseta keti atla eji konani ajo konani shigwatseta ne kyentlo go in and out oke shigo eti atla eji konani tanita ikhani ki tene sezon eji nante ashukani ga tloakokin lada eji shigonani shose khani ke ga ta zgo o atla oke ashu Eti megats etani de senezu ajon tlaute konata sekots elegas go o ajon kotlin de kok Asian shu ami khani kelik ekwi desi eju konata sekots elegas go o atla Eda sila kane thendi di asi county la onkashu eshik enta lilanit a sene zio kots eliga zoko o onkashu kode shita eshishu kode shik elilanit a koheko unaut e. Eda ishi sampanaje me chekwe keshe kots ake dia zoko o. Eda sila kane thendi eshi sampatane te jemena tanits in dasi eshi atla eshi kenta lilani da sene ziu a jomena da se kots uleketi. Eda chotene ako desi na hishu sampanaje me chekwe ke sampatana tsake dia zoko o. Eda kuti inta wami chona kek aveki nisi te tishu kashe tsogala keta zoko o. Eda kuti grace lets like all the gontega. Eda she framed it like eshu do thalesi unguinte. Eda eji shu kont ami kanine zuko gen dile de fanake desi shi konata sekots elega zoko o. Eda kati sinshu katule metsa ke hit e kako tesone ami khane shi ko hene zia ko tilet a da se khane se ke se ko tsele a so ne ok a shu dicho gutlin te ko ke internet lo tue fonentie a si hala ke ta ko ke ti eda e ji me gali lanit a sene zio so taute ko na ta se ko tsele a so ko o atla ok a shu tie fonete hala ke ta kwa ko de shi la gyunte. And I keep 2023 kiswa jon thought decision jon kokente and at the whole 2027 kisha thought assist ke lega sonde at la ikonane shu at la in ta so darita jon thought assist ko ke lega sonde and kuti me konte na ke jasi et tin shu jasi khaniga ke tasi eshi kotin tetse kaute khageti tu khanik ese kots elegale gete and eshi konane shu mi khani sene zinko gen dilesi eshi shu khasi tsongala gyuta geni de onte on kya tani atike dikhitem koatsetat a tani da shakini kyutseri out ele Edati tetzek au de gozen go nane shu kasetene kane go tzek edana toke sewa kinte. Edat tene ako tesi ekisha nudi deni deshi gonna take all the I betzokun de landi. Sa tutzek au de gontega. Masit tene ako te. Daje Canada ke sije Toronto jon thought let's tegeti. And daje la isampa kone kani gatse dia tasi nane kontras ke je hela ke ta wangeti. Daje ko nane shu iji sene je konti ko zon tatsu ageti atla gotlin te ko keje galaita khani tsek ageti I holy lanit a I Canada tsek au dekete ti hitle khako kinte Daje 5 million kanete so edute I khani tsek eta I kyuseni geti Good Arctic infrastructure get DC a contanita see get decision 1 million da so good I get dia. And that could continue Jane. You did that's okay like that di sampala I may Ashi tanete kani kontats so galat etasi eji megaida sene ziagot ulegeti indaji sampanaje like sampa gotswanti eji shu megaida ne ziagot yonde Yanatia se counting de se konane shu se asi konane I kanima ne launde and I could eat ya se counting de Ejin shutanita jansi ko 90 ke akotlin tesa ji pedeti asi khanine ji khake lera ko chao irai sapa ke si Atlaji un daze kanirake ledaketi. Edashi konane je jabati nane shuji sampa godagu digeti. Eji megali lanita sene isya jotaute asi zutsira asi no nine digeti. Edati konane shu kontaze dene kaude keju hitle jokokin deonte. Edati aka ji sabanage meche kweke si. Dia kontatsa kasi setsulike di tlakutlin de kuk eji keraita si eji megai lilanit asene zu ajon cloud asi tata ko o tamti ko o asi shi kanit wala geta kuje kishin uni then dejik of the damu kelandi takutnik all the winde Mackenzie Delta think all the gondea Masitena gote Ana kate dutsene lilanit a eshi jego jeans and decks and eshi kyo kontigati. Eda eshi go nane shu ami kane kyats and egalagi deke on kashu ikise Nezi ko tsaketi as go o. And I should go none shu a me kaneji kurz and gegeti and eshu Asian shuki setanita sits all I get a senezia got in loud eleti. And that could issue go none shu ishikashits all it not a gate so gekishets only lanita galageta lego geti. Era kati eshi megali lanit anesia kuti la miko higala geta amiko te kits ekinese he get ile koketi. Era kati shi konane shi kwets gete dia ki fane kani takot egetiut ele atla eshi konane shu ami kani konte geti ete dia jo cloud se konata se ko ke legaso ko on. Dene desi counting de ami kaniko deke desi de diantako deke di kaniko eko oazo go on. Kotako di e akadena ke lesi ejinshu ami kani iko hegala ke dasi ke gada ke azo go on. Erati kani kwants ke afe lasi eji me gai lilanida asi gulits ke kweda gala ke ta kani ke kani holy on e. Eraji ami kani kwants ke dits eshu ete dia shi sene zoom Ajo kanit ke tagala ke tas go on. Da kotetia si county de ejami ko gala ke ta de fanen. Da ko eke ti kanita gala ke ta gaile. Era te ame konte ke ti ke si ete tia tanita eji kwego o tanita je gala ke ta si te tia ta ke ti ke go once go on. Era ka kishi new then deji over da mi kelandi. Mackenzie Delta think all the going there. Yellowknife North think all the going there. Then I go there. And I cut it as she cuts and get good in the occasion from the sickle to Canico on gala get that. The as she go none sugar curriculat and on flatting lap and no canade currents and seco to legati. And I don't know how I currently mail canade goods 8 years ago on. And that she go none she quencha is she go none me funny canny deja go henake de canny wagati go to go none should then a kelly canny wagati. And I cut you she met only $150 million she can't met like any so the gate. At like she go none shoe me canny join new vehicles on Samba Gindly see it contours like and like a G conke thin de kick what Q9 delegate. And I count any day down to that or cloud the minata secots a lega sonti. Tanita son lauta simetso ni galas etasondi. Erana hinchu sambanales ke galas etasi asilo duezo galas eta onde galatas ke tanita son si so sekotse. Megatseta gata tanita sene zio son lauta ne ziago ile sondi. Enatia si county de tanita son lauta sine ziago lega sondi. Ena kutika ajoaji tani gala tamigatseta tani da sene zimetso sekotsela eji migatseta ga silo dego na konkani nemane laonde kuti due kanya sigatseta ni de tani da jon sekotsela sondi kuti on kesho sigalatseta ni de tani da jon lauto sekotsela sondi Edatene akotesi asikonane shumegatsu utakete. Atlakonane shusenezi asigatsu utakutse kontatse kesenezi ashothaute kotsatsu utikete. Kotso kyeshu kaniko ketseni de fatsone shinatse te azugo kanyuki lokakut elelant elede. Masitene akote. Yellow knife doors like all the guinde. Could you new boot legs like all the kakundega? Must it then go there? And I cut it in Holani da jig all the metso guinde. Atlantita, it's a lilanita, a jig canio goes on daddy. And that a jig all the shoe jig all the go hain down the day. Atla a jig go none shoe Asia's like a India's like a jig out a cool. Kongo he nakintegeti India kageti jo Canada like eshu kanina utigeti and da eshi prime minister mi seko ung auden lisi etetiasi kaniakin down there and da kuti konane jonte kanigats eta gozo eshi Eji federal ministers like esu ete dia jo ajoasi konan jo akenta era kuti era khati jo ashina hente ke heli eji ganishu khaniga ke ta on edi Era shishu alvet like esu sene janjo khautet le he ke ga ta go on County de na hinshu at like kidu dance also talk okay me there's one cigarettes in down ligeti era kish and uni then in the IT it's like over the me kelandi masi I knew it boot lights on all the going there movies like all the going dig up must then I go there and I had do and see a shikanin de da chokani Go quents a jaco gates go denethandi. And that she control regions like a shoe, a she contats like a in a go none cane que that's like a canic a quejaki see the jajak and a shake Je me gagne l'année à Sénézagot in the land, et à côté, j'ai des cachons au Katia, et j'ai gagné sur un micro-tat et cané, son auge des et des tinsons, et j'ai au coquet d'esco, et à Katé, et j'ai ma cassia, j'en côté d'égo, et j'ai qu'un de la tonneau, taïgot, quoi c'est qu'une lande égété, et à on cache. Me kani denne go kwego so go hylen de e je kwe kidi so go sa go so take agas go o keshu diko de shi la gyunte de and akati e je go nane shu e je denne kheli lanit a je se go de sia mit denne et ta de indi khajenti kuti kani se go ilani de go ta hono la meo kani na go indi ga so ne gendi Da kishek etadenti kanitse kiageti. Edaji kani waketi o kashu etiasi kaundeni detanita kanik ekeuke asone edana hishuti o take ajokutlin de kokeji kaniko what's edani de edao edinshu o kashu kanikoti nake desi it's entano sulaiko what's on se kanita nake diko kete. Era și conane și clinchot a che da site dia kenta lilane da ko de ko kwe ja ko gint si atla I village like a mechanic hot has like of veja ke lisi et dia I ko tsaki tike te khanyo lokhe khake in da ti da ji ka da kwe tsaki da ko ikhelande. Dene desi jik alde shjo tlaute sene zuko dinake desi ko tsatske diazogo o Claudio konata se ko tselle azogo o Mas fit dene de kushenuri deni de jik alde tamu kelandi masi.
Thank you, member from Moultrie. Member statements. Member from the Dene Zhatıé.
Des chotsek alde konde a Dene desi Ishikani dene guane tats ekeu dene tendi atla ejigonane shu asi kanit atla amiki nezi I eritle kani kejake tile kani waketi ada kotiasi counting de ejigonane shu ajon cloude let's like it there se gots elega gots out tiketi Era dutsane shu kani megatsa dani de eji konane shu ami kani ohta shu kite kye gyut ikeni de gotse asi konane shu eji da sida gots age dia zoko o Dana hishuk enta lilanita ajoasi se gots isi aji kanji met ole asiat like kwets esi Asia ajon cloute I konata se gots elias go on Eda continue deji contact eshu megaili nani ami contana ke desi go wide sene ajon cloute konata go ke elias go on Continue detani da kwen gets a ditz and get us and is it goes out get dear as a go on. At la conane shamati tante kani wageti da a chigonane shushi quets a cake all the dead dishes on cloud goes out any dennis you wageti. And I see counting de senezu, je gotlin de go agency senezu konata sets ulita senezu de kök egu digadi, and I say kishen uni de kwats a tame kati masi.
From the Dene Zhatıé. Member statements. Member from Trinidad.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, the federal government launched the Build Canada Home Initiative, committing $13 billion to kickstart a massive effort to build affordable, transitional, and supportive housing across Canada as quickly as possible. With housing needs across Canada so high, every level of government from coast to coast to coast is scrambling to get their share. But nowhere are housing needs more important than in our small communities and remote communities in the Northwest Territories. And the recent housing need assessment makes this housing crisis clear. But the challenge for our communities is to access Build Canada Home funding. Is that while Housing NBT can submit a large-scale, highly detailed proposal, each of our communities are on their own. As a result, the territorial government has the advantage, and they will use it to get this funding for themselves and continue to keep the access to housing behind policies. They don't work for our people. Indigenous communities should be able to lead their own housing projects while still complementing territorial efforts through the Build Canada homes. Our communities could deliver Indigenous-led mixed income and affordable housing tailored to the local needs, while housing inequity continues broader territorial social housing initiatives. To the level of the playing field, our communities need an office to coordinate their submissions from across the NWT into a single proposal. It is clear that the Dene Nation was best suited for this role. It is already establishing a housing secretariat. In my budget, I asked for $700,000 to support this work, but it was refused. When I raised this with the minister, she refused to sit down with the Dene Nation chief and to look for collaboration to address this issue. The future of the housing of the Northwest Territories, like the delivery of most programs and services, is with community leaders. And yet, through housing inequity, federal funding through CMHC is set to end in 2038. This colonial government sees this initiative as a short-term opportunity to take our funding while still facing to honor our treaties. Our communities, on the other hand, see Build Canada Homes as an opportunity to build their capacity, but they need a place to start. I will have questions for the minister later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad-Willity. Member statements. Member from Milne Centre.
As the clock ticks away in this assembly, Mr. Speaker, public service hiring must continue without reproach. So I rise today to speak about a single, non-negotiable value. It's called the public trust. As this assembly slips into the darker days, into the final days, with 579 days approximately left, our duty to the people of the North doesn't sunset, it actually intensifies. We know that the machinery of government will require talent. I don't doubt that for a second. But we also know it requires speed at times, and direct appointments often are designed for those moments of urgent need. Mr. Speaker, but let's be clear. Direct appointments should be always considered as the exception of the rule, where someone will skip the line, bypass competition, and bypass the typical process to get one of those coveted GNWT jobs. Mr. Speaker, sometimes that bypass process steps across or beyond the principle of merit. Many of us have seen at the 11th hour of the mandate of a current government and previous governments how the pace quickens and pressure mounts to do these last-minute decisions, and people get tempted by making these choices. It is precisely these moments, Mr. Speaker, when the transition begins, that our decisions require more scrutiny, not less. And that is why I'm advocating for a clear, common-sense safeguard that in the final 6 months of this assembly, direct appointments must carry the support of caucus. It's unusual, but it's important. It is not about creating red tape, Mr. Speaker. It's about sharing accountability, because we are here to ensure that those appointments made, even on the eve of the next coming election, they carry the confidence of many, not just those special few and the secrets of cabinet around the table. In a consensus government system, collaboration is intended to be the foundation of the work we do. So no one's suggesting that caucus does the work, but we treat it as a safeguard to safeguard its integrity. It helps prevent the perception of political favors and the impartiality of the public service we all need and trust upon. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling for transparency, not just expediency, the quality the Northern people deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Milne Centre. Member statements. Colleagues, today it gives me great pleasure to do this member statement. Improving access to health and social services is a priority of this Assembly, and it matters to health and well-being of people across the Northwest Territories. In the Henday riding, people have faced real challenges getting the care they needed. This region has more health cabins than any other region in
Edaisi konane shuna hendet en kesho sitlo atlanati kyosho kuketia kwa kudejila unte atla kutinats etet en kedi. Edaisi konane kontats en kemi kwa gala keta site tias o saute kotsake tias ko Edaisi aminati kani kwa disi ko henezi gala keta kutson kletsenak esenezi josik hanitso gala keta ko Kuti kontats kwa tselisi atlaisi chon sapagini kone chalaisi konane nats etekuli again Une era kanethen di desio ko deseji met all day on de era shi ko nane shi ko heta ko insi sene zumigat et tagamo ko et degasgo era tutsene jo mine zugo endi senta tsank all de ikonane sho mi khanite zo ke utis ak eshu sene zi masikodu sinethen di atla jona ite tsank ke di era inte tane de sats ak esha mi khanina di ke ujon tsank ke kaude jakin lisi khajon Hauta siga keta on de keti. Era se asi khonet o keta ko zetani da khot has ke ko tsaketi asonde. Era te khani e jemi ko heala keta si e khot hasene zen kyuki shakini da e jisene jija tsanketa ko tsokuin te on de atlatani da ko kyuti tsanketi. Era se masili lani da ti asi khani ami ko heala keta si e jijets only lani ko ko kene thoda sene zi ko tene ko tsakuti khani wa keti. Era jise masi asi khani menata se go tsela keti. Era te atsanza tsankesi jinati Ujo khani kwai tisiji tsenket e unki ko he ko kin laude era eji shula khothas eket ne go auti khani wa kin la era te me khothas e gala ki thase eji ko nane shu e ko ne thu khani ta se ne zia ko te kini de era shi ko nane shu kha Tene lotu a mi khani sene zu inati ke uso ko auti as go e te gala tala megali nane sene zu ko kyets o khone da ko auti ko na jo ko thats e ke jo le na tse te wan sin da sene zu go ongeti e da na hete writings e ke shu ne zu jo khaute le he gala ke ta e da se masi lilani da ko nane she ko he gala ta ga ti masi Da kodeje joke anje ta ko ke mots etaga. Ela kodeja meta kinta ke disi masiko tsuludite. Ela kodeje ko nane shu enuve tun lets enuve budes like other kontega. Maksitene kote. Eda Kutiko nane shuti khani tlenwat in segane zundi atlaishiko nane mi IT arts and gala tasishi tami kenethendi and I kutitani the IRC ko ketits and ketani dajon saute sitso kanela ketasoni atlajia si kontajaki siko siko so like le kandiwa gede and I kuting La kadimasi tena kote la kote de si counting de e she sene zio cloud yami IRC tsakela geta go he talande la kadina hishu ka jo cloud ami khani e mekense delta e gala geta si Asian sure so cloud e ko het e ko so ko heli lani se ko tse legati masi Masi tena ko te masi ji ko ti se so thane o jeti And I cut the kid 2021 once occasion like haki on Sergio Megati down the day. Tanita IT arts and get sabanage go check QK go hegala get that Sunday. Atlaji Mackenzie and issue da Atlaji 2035 as on see sets relegate Kanumageti. And akati masitene ko te atlatanita ko hegalat etala eshi onkia sare dani de iko tsukuts ente onte di atlaji ko tsukuts ente laji ko nane shu Eji amise he galaketa si eji shusene zu aji tats etisi ko ton tats ezaga zoko o. Ena koti counting de eji mega lilani da intle ko ton tats a. Eji aji intle kani ko ton tats asi setlet lilani da eji tle ko atsi a geti. Da koti county ni de na hinshu sare tani de ko hets ethi ko aji tani ta aji so gala tasi ko tani ta aji mezo tase ko le khani me ke da ko ko tsinte ke ti hena ni fe butle tsank au de konte da khani masite na ko te and I kadi do thalish just kanu kakoin taketi atla ejiko nanishu atla imta india tsank eji do tanzo kokinte and I could count in it ajon cloud the tanita do tank te tsank as she says it leda and tako take dia son de and I can't dia son de Ajon teko that's a so she all the shaking this year so how they eat got talking they und it is go nane shoe is Arctic energy is a kushek it's like a so jack Calgary so how they click it and I could count in it that they shoe as she done it ajon she canicun dio cooking they see got all together caniwagi loud Irana hinshu dia jia so wala ta si she got in take occasion she contacts in ticket Ida could you reach it like all the contega Atleti so Khalije Arctic Winter Games got tikeni de ju Hitler go ginte and I could come in it tanita ji cloud ishik all the say in a zunte so khani itle segin lale de ta se ko target in waketi and I could cut like all the gontega takadi masitena go de and I cut this issue se khani itle seke any day ko tat in le di eda Kodeji go nane go tunte kulit on no then de eji intlene zunte ase go in lente je intleta go ke diunte ida shu sene ziko wons any the khanik eli lane kyotse awats in dedi atleti de swasi go dinzo khanik lenta ke le desit anau ke jesi eji setena ta se go kyule ke di khanik mageti And I could go none shoot then a sonnet is yes on cloud is on segoking lounde. O Kasia sim in like a Kania Jim met their king la siji kai kitty goat in Kotoko game they won't take it. And I could erase that like all the gondega. And I cut the AG me kani kotats and ke then it does it's okay take it and as let's say like his and is you know taking tilekoketi Eji met only lani da jit des what Arctic Winter Games a white horse like it there see eji kiko tat in aligeti and I cut it done da jik all the kiss and is sanishi gain telesoniceti Don't have to must hit the neck go down. As you can't, there's one something that and Olania can take it, take it. And that is she something that and not take it, they see it's on Thailand and also Lano Lanida go see kaki, but I did so Congo target, yakete. Ida tala kise tare ta itlete seke liasi jishi ekishe itle seke lale ida khuti insenta za ekiso ejintle setse laketi gozo ejuniza mes ekishe leso me de setse laketi leti kanyuki kakin lale koketi resets like all the conte and a khati jite swa gots and tedi Ida kati go nane shu ყავდე დანიდა სეკო ლელელაუნტ ელეგეტი და შინსის კონდანე სეკო წელიაზგო ო ერა ქატი სიტილეჟ ხავდე გო წანტი სონეგედი ეჟი ო კეაჟი დე ზვალეკო თატი ალე ინტეტანე ტესია ჟონტე ჟი შეკენიგინი ო ხეზონ კი სეგინ ლალეჟი ხანდი ვაგედი Canada Diego Tati Geti, Masitane Agote. Contas like all this, they'll conte out. And I can't since you did, me, honey, I sit it this one, honey. Gonna take a like it, take a deji, let's say go to conte, I lady. Atlante dias or how they got like dears ago. And I go, they should cook honey, Saint Deji go none should like honey, then at that sits a honey guy that got toss a tune a. Atla on cashew, Aji Kane, Atla she down 5 minutes not that sets you like a dise, Kushe go tatsuli lanida secots elias go on. Kani ho du kane se de mi kane jogonata sekoge in sika go tsoko intege di got Asian shiko nane shutani da sits ogala get da sijik ashe me utala gedi. Great dates like all the contega. What's it then I go there? And at 27, because at 2027, Kailani died, and I'd say she Nizutane Kani hide the Galata, I let you can it's a cooking take it. And I could did years old thought of me outside dining day, as a premier city, it's so contest on it. At the Konaneji, a make honey, contats like a galaki, decades like a shoe honey wageti. Era kati masite na gote era ji khaka lali lani da tsugo ke te wakin edi era se shu ami khani I mehega la tasi metsoku te landi era na hishu kha khotha tsake ko hega la tseta wans in dedi era ejila aji khani ke tala ami khani ki khani ko kyuna in dilek elik ekyu te ke shu te hala ke tasi shi khani wa ke te era shi ko nane departments like issue jo khani ke ga ta zo go era counting in that me konti khani na siko wai is kasimet all day I want that I just and is mental sila di masi Grace let's like all the kontea da khadi masi shik all the kakwinta di era khoti shiko nane shu ejik all the city that's a contesone atla choko nane shu city la jon khaude di atla gotlen dets khani ko keji den lo khani ne zun der hala etale tsak esi khani wa geti ko tsak era je tlega tsuta geti masitene kote era ishi tlenatse khani wa geti se atla ishi ne zun ko tsanti tsan ta tsakela I 2027 only segin launde and Eshi tletani da kinala eshi kala met alina galat etagas go on. Era kuti counting de eshi gon in that go out at the Asia 2027 on it's all it's like a get that and that kakachino q hearts I get it. And I could grace days like all the contea and I had the Masililani da discharge or cloud the Iconane Asiconatas Asiseke in Geti Atlanta Swageti. It has like kind of the city all the sea Ejiconane done it as on cloud the Asia on cloud the arts and get on the sonijende. That Kadisi like kind of the Nahishu Iconane shoes and me got it does go on. Departments like getani data get decisions and met all day I want a at like how many days a checotin deco cations and got that 8 years ago at la down the day she can make right and that's a canite last on day it has issue cash on how the med so like that because on it does on how the senasia got a legas on day and I should go none make all the jacking issue come at like let's go say they want a Era katule kakotsa lesson ide. Mackenzie Delta tank all the gun there. What's it in there? And I can't issue do college or see you going to the Atlantic Q. Can you call tots like a good thing? Can you go die in sensation or this in the and I should out this and as you may not that's a good say as a go or at la me can she call tots like and I get this she can eat this she thought this and as because like as he got said does go or at that two sets on the get they goes on soon sets of go again daddy can you call tots like a can you say go o ka go heta go disi tene hlese go tsoko ke te so go o ke chu county de me khwetsa ke gala ki te shi go tsoko ke se go tson e shi sota go ke go ke ti da could a county de e could touch and then it as on thought goes outside the something down the departments I guess and is usually could touch like a me kwe get dasi is a okay a sonic and I can't like all the just on there. And I got the massive doesn't occasion day. And I got the old cash good in the agency honey, I make honey creds like a I get that good one, make honey creds like a salt and like a that's like a. And I got this in Chicago, none of shoes on salt and sick and goods in there. And I could count in a day. I make curds like egg, okay, there, because I shall shout at the hen as you all get soon. Is it us and as you go outside the house go? Must sit then I go there. We can sit down, touch like all the does I care. Must sit then I go there. And I cut the. Is you make honey? Kuen gets a nishinake desi, Asia me quens like okay, there she goes on okay, they goes on hetago, this is an easy contact 20 days a day. Can you kill cash you kiss an Asia coat in a long day? And I could just see count any day. That's say. Cadillage can you see seconds a lesson negate the Asikilia will get the Atlantic honey she could take it, it's a kegate. And I could issue a current like all the just on there. And I cut him a sit and I go to see a dear academic at does it done it as on south a met arts 18 goes on it I call current like a galageta cages can it like at a galageta Sunday. And that they make current she can not get they see Asian should make currents and like all the sea goes okay get there as go on can it la honey there she make current they get it's like a sea goes okay get there as go on. And I should make Mackenzie Delta Siege MLA Jimmy Guak all the Nisik, Jets on go get Theji County one day. And I could count in the Catulage on Cloud Asia currents like issue. He are make currents like all the CG, the Hego get they got on this you. The Hega like you, Taco get you one get it. Mackenzie Delta like all the good day out. Now cut him a sit and I go there. And I cut this issue, cut till I got out the canoe. See, like, kind of there, Siko, none as you send is go out, say, goes in line the Dene Zhatıé. And that could count any day she can, when they get it, done it, they didn't shoot a me, I don't thought the ego, he got get that, done it, is the heck, it is on it. And I could eat, yeah, me could take it's like a it like a decision met all the own a she sends you could ya go take any the can it's like it I go hey like it that one can day. She should catch a cake okay, I want to think that's like a me can it let there say in currents like a say she get right da got Eji amigo nane shu kani kwente get this at like this silano hats on tanita go take it the canik okay I want it and der sie count in the on care shu as on cloud and naja get he got a contract like at the shu go target da go heta con this is like a kaku gente on the masi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Strategic Infrastructure. During our PDAC approach here, our team effort approach during PDAC, I did not attend the Minister's three-project announcement presentation. I did notice large attendance. What can the Minister share in terms of feedback during that engagement on the Mackenzie Valley Highway? Thank you.
From the Zhatıé, Minister of Strategic Infrastructure, Energy and Supply Chain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a team approach when we were at the PDAC recently, and so I appreciate that the member couldn't attend. He was busy at yet another event that he was at. I did have the opportunity to present to a large room full of folks who are interested in the three big projects that we've had here in the Northwest Territories for a long time. Mr. Speaker, the room was packed. I have had the opportunity to be at these conferences now for a few years, and I have to say this was a strikingly packed room, and striking also in the sense that it was not faces I'm familiar with. So often, Mr. Speaker, we see there's a lot of our own governments from the Northwest Territories will go down, existing operators, existing explorers, existing companies, start to see some familiar faces. They were not familiar faces in the room. That's a good story. These are increasingly large corporations, multinational corporations who know that there's investment coming, who know that there's opportunity here, and they want to know where those opportunities are. And so they, in my view, are filling that room to understand where are these projects at, what is their timeline, when are they going to be delivered, because they want to have the opportunity to come talk to all of us here and have a part of them. So that's the impression I had from that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Strategic Infrastructure, Energy and Supply Chain. Member from the Zhatıé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for sharing that engagement. My question is to the Minister of ECC. During PDAC, both ministers.
Yes. Oh, you'll sit down and I'll call you up for next set of questions. Member, oral questions. Oral questions, the member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully you won't be as tough on me. Man, that was tough there a minute ago. Mr. Speaker, in the final months of the Assembly, you would have experienced, you've been here with more than one term, including any member who's been here one more term. The Assembly does make some appointments through the Executive Council, and my concern is about the transparency and how that is particularly reported. So my question specific to the Minister for Human Resources in this particular regard, although it's a Cabinet concern overall, can the Minister explain what safeguards currently exist around direct appointments, particularly in the last 6 months of our term, to ensure that direct appointments uphold the merits and impartiality? Thank you.
Yonge Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, direct appointments are made in accordance with the Public Service Act and in accordance with guidelines that are established. There are a number of fairly specific parameters under which someone can be direct appointed into the public service. They would, and including, for example, internships do go through the direct appointment process, and a number of the other large category is under the Indigenous recruitment processes. A number of those will come through because they aren't going through the typical competition process. So the Building Capacity in Indigenous Communities Gateway program, for example, those would all come through. There are no changes made in the course of an assembly, or certainly not in the course of this assembly, or in the last assembly. I guess I can't speak, Mr. Speaker, to what might have happened in the past, but there won't be changes to those policies or guidances in the last 6 weeks or last 6 months. Thank you.
Mr. Finance. Member from Yonge Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in my experience, there are no protections, and I want to be clear, no protections from senior executive staff being appointed to at the last minute as a parachute on the way out the door when there's no veils for accountability. So, Mr. Speaker, my question really is about the direct appointments that raise concerns. Can the Minister tell this House what assessment of the department has done to look at the risks when it comes to direct appointments during a period where there is zero accountability from the legislature and members when we go to an election and they still operate and do these functions? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yonley Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would take some issue with the suggestion that the government has ever zero accountability for any of the positions that it fills at any time. While there will be, of course, a period where there's a blackout, where all of us as elected members aren't present, there's some fairly specific parameters, and I don't have them in front of me here, around what may or may not happen when there is a blackout period, and what the public service at that time can do. And so similarly, but again, the direct appointment process doesn't change in terms of how positions are direct appointed under, again, the Public Service Act and with the parameters here. So with respect to the positions, the narrow scope of positions that would go through the Premier's office, so deputy ministers, for instance, again, that too, Mr. Speaker, the notion that there's no accountability there, there's still the Premier, and then there's an incoming government that comes in. So perhaps we're talking about something different, the two of us, but there's no changes to the guidelines or the rules around direct appointments, and there's always some degree of accountability, in my view, in what happens in this building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And as final supplementary, member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the minister. I'm not going to say she's wrong from my perspective. I'm going to say I do respect the point. I just want to make sure that that's clear. But I don't think she's missing the concerns I'm raising, which is functionally that when the government goes off to, when the Assembly goes off to an election, the government's still in function. They make decisions, and the next public service report isn't out for 6 months, and there's no one here to ask questions. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the function of the issue. So, Mr. Speaker, what transparency and accountability can the minister provide to ensure that appointments made during these types of periods will meet the test, and they'll certainly meet the smell test, not just it's matter policy in secret? Thank you.
Member from Yonley Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, again, so just to be very clear, the rules, the Public Service Act, the processes that we go through don't change. If they don't change in or out, there are rules around blackout period. I'd be happy to again, I don't have them at my fingertips, but there are rules during the blackout period about what is allowed, including for ministers when we're acting as ministers. Certainly my recollection of the last blackout period is we're expected to not be making significant decisions. There is also further, Mr. Speaker, a process convention on transition between different governments and what is permissible and expected. So all of these things are built in to create some of these processes of accountability. I think it's probably helpful, Mr. Speaker, that it come to the floor of the House, that people are aware that there are some of these processes in place, transition for the Assembly, as well as around what is permissible. So certainly happy to get a bit more detail on what is permissible during these periods. That would be happy to do that and can provide it to the House. Thank you.
Finance. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Can the minister explain why transferring a land lease to immediate family members after the leaseholder has passed away requires such a complex and costly legal process? Even when there is wills and estates are in place, that is not helping the process. Thank you.
From Mophie. Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leases are dealt with by the Department of Environment and Climate Change, so I'd like to redirect it to that minister. Thank you.
Minister ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of different types of land within the Northwest Territories. We could be speaking of municipal land, private land, Indigenous land, or Commissioner's land, and each one of those designations have a slightly different process. However, the legal registering of those processes require that they are registered through the lands office, and that typically requires assistance of counsel I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Environment and Climate Change. Member from Mophie.
Answer my question, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, given the high legal costs associated with the current lease transfer policy, will the minister commit to reviewing the process to determine how it can be simplified to reduce the financial burdens on families? Thank you.
From Mophie. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number, as I said, there are a number of different types of land that fall under different bodies, whether it's a municipality, the territorial government, or commissioner's land, or indigenous land, and each of these policies processes require input from the different associated governments. So to stand here and make a commitment to change policy based solely on a commitment in the House is not something I'm prepared to do today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Final supplementary, member from Mopley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the minister takes steps to ensure seniors who pay land lease fees receive the same relief as seniors who receive property tax relief across the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Member from Mopley. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the property tax relief program does not fall under my portfolio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Environment and Climate Change. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife.
Yellowknife words like other Gondega. Akademasi Jotenakote. And a Kadeshi Gonaneshu, Jasit Mukointedi. Adakode County Day, Asian shoe curts and gave goats in decade. Atlaishe Gonaneshu Danidas on Cloudes and as you kirk, honey gets a din as is a goats a glance ago. And as you may ride it, Canigala's at night, let's say she can in daddy. Asia Gonaneshu curt Danidako gets a Caniwagati. And as your curts a cake other than me, Kenneth could account any day. Asia Gonaneshu as it. Asia as one cloud, I see Canets a while get daji done it. 코타자게 고난에 가니까 거기 지단디가 손에 게디 라제 델레니 제게게디 그자게 가데 건데가 나 카디 마시트냐고 때 이라나 히시 고난에 슈제 고틀인데 고 게신시 오케시고 좀 에시 쾌고 존야제 레고 고데시라데 아dla 오케슈지 인데타네데 하자게 라우다 카니 쾌고 좀 갖고 게 파슈 투나이 Dile Shugatita, Asian Shakodeshi Lande, and I Asian Teleni Ashi Ashi Kane Kwats a Gozoko Kinte, Ashila. Is it the whole high? A kishe so curgots or get lagots, Kako Ginlat inlet a lot a co Kwats a Gassicos on a gave Fageti. And I called it to Tenagote. Ikunaneshu, Desi County Detanita, Ajon Cloudy, she could get a qualnet Hosonti, at Lagia Mitten and Tanete, Kanigi could Hagiat Isoniti. Other Yellowknife North, I just got out the Contea. And I Kadeshi Gonaneshu got in dead like a cre, Asia Gonaneshu, Ajon, Asi Kanyats, easy. Asia Asi County Day, Asian Shagonaneshu, Ami Kani Crank and Yaka, let's like Asia got Goase got in Launted, and Asia Delany got in government, see she go Haley Lani, they got so good in Deon de Getty, and I go Naneshu, Ami did they got in Dego Asia, Catileji go heck, got a legety, and I could the Yellowknife North like and no detache, I must sit and I go there. And I shake out the city shake and a little so go tesoni. At least she go nane she could incur any lots like a shoe, she done it I crank a gala get the sea so go taking Dene Zhatıé. And I could she crank a cake out the Gondega. Rakadima sit and I go there. And at your seat, Lelilani that animals or goes at Della. Nahila Kani then eti Kani at la Eji Dantida jo contrats like a eco hekagots a legasoni at like crazy Kaniko Kutsegeti Eji la Eji Gotlin Dego Asian Cre it's and you know think Kaniko gets you de at la Daleje Catlo that's like Eji Redele Creds like Eshu goes a clean chons like Eshu go hair go gain lounde and I she delanits like a Danita she can't go gain lassie Eji la Catule Ajon Cloude Didi high canid a curgo gates de, and I on cashew desi canid curgo gates la go de gilon de, and I hishukashi canimets olani goes in de on de gede. Frame nets like all the gondega. And I cut him a sit and I go there, and I says you can't like go there, Smithota we Kenneth and D. And like Hadi, she do follow you. Siu cooking day, and I counted it on it. As you do thalacy, as you quack on it, a canesi kakuki, or see, it don't do that. You sampanage me check quets, and get a sampa, it goes out there. Tsoko kentega sonidi masitena kote ejai koti tetsai kautesi eji megai lani da sene isuta ku nisi eji soa jon klauti je tsoko diniki lea gedi ikonane itle khani setse hi khatu satso si khonkenandi ke akatse hi onde gedi edaji konane shu khani ple thasoniki da kozo hi sampanaje meche khwetse ko tsoko kentega edi chokotlin tetsai all the sea she goes like a decade. Ida eji megalilani leson seke leaketi. Frame nets like all the contega. And I cut him masit and I go there. Massi signe lilandia se canuco gintedi. Massi cani sambanage meche quake sambatana sake decade. Without and I could count any day. Asia $150 million Kaniko's or Jasi Dase Asia Gonani Ushu is Sabanage Meche Quake go Sampashu Taniki that Atanita Gelea Sonidi. And I create like a gather contega, massit and I go there. It I say like Hanethendi, Asia Bell, Asia Canicrecots easy, Asia Latin Sanate, Kawagate, Dawagate, Hidana Hishigot in dead like out the sea, Nakishu, Asia Kania, Jean Zeketa, Asia goes at there's go on cuts in Latla Honey, Deshik, and Dalilani that goes on the goats at the massit and I go there. Frame that's like all the chocolate there. Takade masit and I go there. Takade masit and I go there. Kade masi lilani dejik all the say Kanyas you going to the Dajo territories like a government should go target I get the at least Sampanaja meche question. La Corita go there, city legic out there, AG down to the AG 2,700 home car, Kyokilat and no Latuno, Canada, so go get said that Anita go get Liga Sonigeti. And I could eat at La Jogotin de Gugation Kadiwa Geti. And I cut a mass in there go the massy she doesn't a Katie at like she go none issue a she queen killat and no latio no lat and no lilanit a she queen se goes illegati and I she go with like queens and the lat and no so gain dileti. Then I thought, do I crank any that I should get the working day. It I should go none issue. I make honey. I see I get that issue. Can't I down there. And I did this on cloud. See, she go none at the done de queen. She not get there. I go get a tack honey. That's a go get lega. At la onke, she go eat a jo. Can go jashu, go charge your own hennakish. That as you can get right that I get it. And I could joke as you taco get care. To the day well, it's like all the contega. And I cut it massit and I go there. And I cut it in this salilanit as you can't like all the meheko in daddy. And as you go in the la Asia nations like you go in the getty. At like Canada like a cook Asia, then it is can't like a go in the sea, she can't getty. And I cut this, go none shoe, see like kindness, and done it. As the nations, like I'm gonna take all the in the sea, she kicks cooking delicate. And I got in there's like all that it got on there. It does in Sila ki sampanage ko he Ejinshu ite tia joasi khani sekin launde ita eshiko nane shu ekecho eshu ikaude shu ko hegala gyuta gedi atla eshi kwe kanata ke khani ta kyu gini thima gede Trinete wala te konde Eda kaditani da eshi kaude ki eshi Dene nations kaude ko he egala ita gaile gedi eda ete tia jotene kwa ke tiwa kint eko gedi eda kudi kontats ke I kwa ke tiwa kint egedi masi tene akote Eda kudi je kwenz ke kaude kontega eda kadi masi tene akote eda kadi si dichola eshi ko nane shu jugutlin de ko eshi ko hega la tande eda kadi kitene nation ko hega la tate seut eledi eda eshi amicho kaude ne si eshi kauni ko hega la tas ko ata Canada kani kwenz ke ko kinte si shu ko hega la tagas ko kinte Na kodi jo tunede wala deno de taje kea. Na kadi masi dene ako de Bell Canada Homes ke disi eji megai lilani da sene je kontats ke dene gwa kwen ko tse so ko o. Tani da eji kao de si a jo saude I ko tsoko interesoni atla I da zo ji sabanage ko tse ke ko tsa ke tia so ko o. Atla ti khani tse ke da itlena tse jo dene gwa ko ke tsi de da se I tse ke ko ti da ndi so ne ke di. Eda je kontats ke jo khane kwega tse ta sin da tane te hats ke klemet zo ala tse tas go. Eda se jo kao de hlisi na hinji da kwego cho tse ti mo te di. Eda je kon tane je kontats ke go ala tse ta inje na puts ke jo ga kao de hliwa te di. Eda je kontats ke jo sene zi khane kwa se ko tse las go. Masitane go de. De chozo kaude kontega. Masitene kote. En ake kwenta mi tsike kaude da mi kenethendi. Atla shitanita. Eje konane shu atla kwenta eje sinigini oleje kashishet auge thilegede. Atla jami kani kwene shinake de kani wagede. Masitene kote. La kode eje konane masijo se kane si counted de sene is jotene ko ko tsene tens go eja 2023 tse kugeni theonde eje megaili lande de kwets any then de je kane tse da ta se ko tsele ke de kane again launde era kode dio khasa tson se klon kanandi tse ke eje cloud is me kontite la atlatani da jom cloud samba menda ta nitsi da tani da jom se ko tse si kani o ko kinte lady and I should call Takani Tekageti. De chosen ke gaude gondea. And I cut a massive shake out of the snakes, the same Kajandi. And I could ishi go none issue, itanita ishi programs like a danita e so oh is it I gate in a coquette. And I should quickly dance like others gondega. And I should go none should decani, quants like a cynic and Chile, Ejila is at one cyclo cannot dig a cane leon de. And I should go none should cane, Eji amica hega like a si, Eji cashew sick canizo seco lani de, Atla amic canico quenish secots and let's like issue canini de, Eji, the natajon cloud and letiga sets a ion de. And that I see. Klesho konata the Canada Guagoleji Lounge Eddie. And I could this Joe, the shots I can note that I care. And I cut him a sit and I got there. And I could it say, oh, Ejikaude asikanigaita sonigedi kude kaunesidele kontats ege denekaude ke eji ami kanik wako gene tens ek eju I kwets ek egalageta ke eji shujon klaute go hegalata ni denezio geti. Era eji kwets ek ekaude jes gontega masitene gote na kadi dula eji kotlin dets ek out I kwets ek esika jon klaute sita kwageta wontegedi Kudidia jon klaute gewin dani de kwets ek de dison jon klaute dani da jenata seko ge lesia jon klaute kanya ge legedi masitene gote. Ena kodi satuts ek ekaude gontega.
I already asked my electronic questions, thank you.
Thank you, member from Lissau. Good use of that electronic system. Oral questions, member from Moultrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure why ECC is responsible for lands when they are not responsible for property tax. Land lease in small communities are MACA responsibility. So does this mean do I go to ECC office in Bichico to pay for my land lease? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to member from Moultrie. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So within municipal boundaries, that falls under the general tax assessment and the municipal tax area. That is related to municipal services, and the member's right. The municipal government would, the taxes for the owner of the lands. But when it comes down to leases, it all depends on what type of lease and the area it's in within or around the municipal boundaries or in the municipal boundaries. So again, it all depends on the type of lease in the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Municipal and Community Affairs, member from Moultrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is what happened when there's too many duplication of program and services between departments. To Minister of MACA, will the minister take steps to ensure seniors who pay land lease fees receive the same relief as seniors who receive property tax relief across the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Member from Moultrie, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, the related municipal tax area is related to essentially 6 communities in Northwest Territories: Yellowknife, Hay River, Fort Smith, Fort Simpson, Inuvik, and Norman Wells, and our program applies to those 6 communities. However, we are going to be reviewing the program and try to get updated before the end of this assembly. So I look forward to the member, giving me her comments, or when we advertise them, to submit her comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to return to the Minister of Human Resources, and I want to talk about remote working this time. Can the minister help the Assembly understand their definition of remote working through sort of a policy example? And can she also explain when she highlights or, say, clarifies for the House how that policy is monitored when people request it? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, well, I'll try and get through all 3 of those as succinctly as I can. With respect first to what is remote work, that is defined for us within the remote work policy and guidelines. I don't have the remote work policy and guidelines in front of me, Mr. Speaker, but I certainly can say that it is online and can certainly be referenced. What was next? I've already forgotten it, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. Yep, I should have written it down. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I didn't write it down.
Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll accept the kind effort of so I'm not going to give to answer the question, so I'm not going to try to dig or quip on that process. My question was built around, could she explain the policy, how it works, and how it's monitored, and the sense of transparency? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I can say right now, so the remote work policy and guidelines, it really was designed came out during COVID, was an opportunity for folks to go on a formalized arrangement with their supervisor so that people could make a decision or a choice or apply to make the choice to work not necessarily in their office. It was at the time really conceived as an opportunity for people who might live in a community outside of a headquarters or regional office to stay outside of the headquarters or regional offices and be able to then still apply for and receive a position. We only have a small number of public servants who are on the working in remote work. I should also note one last comment, Mr. Speaker, mindful of time, that it is also, it limits the ability to work outside of the territory. It really is an opportunity to focus on having remote work within the territory and to limit people working from outside of the territory as public servants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Final supplementary, member from Milne Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. She got to my next question about the question about how do we put controls on it and manage it. Mr. Speaker, just clearly in short, the public service annual reports I pulled about 2023-24 and 24-25. It makes no particular mention of that process. My concern is, of course, it's not mentioned. And second of all, can we get some better transparency on people working remotely, but within the NWT and remotely outside of the NWT, because I've been informed there people are, and there is no checks or balances. Thank you.
Milne Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, firstly, happy to say that this can go in the Public Service Annual Report. This is one of those times where I can give a bit of a yes to that. We can certainly find servant reporting into that, into the annual report that we do. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to out of territory work, that actually has to go, those applications are scrutinized much more carefully. They do go through the Department of Finance so that there is consistency in the application of that. And we've actually cut down, initially when the policy came out, I know we cut down on the number of out of territory remote work arrangements that there were, and have continued to do so, this is why it is going through one department to ensure that is an area that we get some concerns raised, and so we want to make sure that it is absolutely consistent. But yeah, we will again be able to report more on that in the annual report. Thank you.
Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the GWT signed on a devolution agreement, and as a result of that, they created a council of leaders, and part of that, they created the Housing Forum. Right now, the Housing Forum is making an application to Build Canada Home Funds, and Housing NWT is funding that initiative. But, Mr. Speaker, not everybody signed on to the devolution agreement, the DECHO and the KHO, 3 of the 4 communities. So there is a need for an organization like Dene Zhatıé to fund a vehicle to make application for the same funding. So my question is to the Minister of Housing NWT that to eliminate this duplication, we also would like to see a commitment from her to fund the Dene Zhatıé of $700,000 for this housing initiative. Thank you.
Member from Trinidad-Willity. Minister of responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. I think I answered the question earlier, but with the NWT Housing Forum, I just want to clarify that many communities in the AKHO and the DECHO region participate in the NWT Housing Forum and have ongoing discussions and work in collaboration with Housing NWT. So these conversations and these partnerships continue even if they're not part of the devolution agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the Dene Nation Assembly in Fort Good Hope, they passed a resolution calling to start up to build Canada Home funding to build homes in the Northwest Territories. And there are also people that are part of the Housing Forum that have signed on to the motion. So my question to the minister, is she able to sit down with the Dene National Chief George McKenzie to work with them and trying to figure out as to how we're all going to work together, since housing is the top priority of this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinidad-Willity. Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm willing to sit down with the Dene National Chief to talk about their vision around housing in the Northwest Territories, have a conversation. But one thing I will say is I'm working with Indigenous rights organizations in this Northwest Territories, and we work on one-on-one or through the NWT Housing Forum, but of course willing to sit down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So for Housing and NWT. Final supplementary. Member from Dene Zhatıé.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, it's good that she's willing to sit down with the Dene Nation to talk about housing. But the thing is that we're talking about rights-based communities. The DETCHO, KHO are not part of the devolution agreement. So there's a need to sit down to sort that out, because you can't sort of just take care of the people that signed on to devolution and then not deal with the ones that didn't sign on to it. So we need to address this issue and trying to help find the monies needed to get this thing off the ground on housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Dene Zhatıé. Member from Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
So I'll just stand, Mr. Speaker. No, I just kid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NWT Council of Leaders has nothing to do with devolution. What is part of devolution is the Intergovernmental Council, just to clarify that. So, but again, we do work in partnership with the KHO and the DETCHO communities that are interested in delivering housing in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health. Minister responsible for housing. You've already got me thinking health and social services. Minister responsible for housing. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we face the imminent closure of diamond mines, critical minerals becomes all the more critical for our economy. We have 25 out of 34 critical minerals in the Northwest Territories. On March 3rd, at PDAC, the federal government announced up to $165 million for 22 Canadian projects to unlock upwards of $434 million in critical mineral projects. These were all over the place: British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Nunavut, Ontario, Alberta, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, but the Northwest Territories is not on the list. So I'd like to ask the minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment, why aren't NWT projects, who are leaders in critical minerals, getting access to these and other federal funds as the federal government continues its aggressive push to develop critical minerals in Canada, and we keep missing the list? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. Minister ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't speak for the companies involved, the countries involved, or our federal government in the choices that were made. All of the proponents that were highlighted at the announcement at PDAC were also tied to investment from foreign countries as well. And so I can't speak to the member's question. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the information, some of these projects are the Saskatchewan Energy Power Corporation, SaskPower, developing linkages between northern and southern Saskatchewan. The B2 Gold Project in Nunavut, the Clean Energy Design, which is doing a pilot in the Northwest Territories, is also doing a pilot there. So those don't sound like foreign companies to me. So can the minister take a look at this fund and see how it and other critical mineral funds are working, and ensure that some of that investment is flowing here, and support our local projects to make sure that they can receive this necessary funding? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the room with Minister Hodgson when he made the announcements, listened to all of them. All the announcements that were made in that room were tied to foreign investments. Absolutely, we are looking into all of these funds, tapping them, making sure that we're connecting as well our local Indigenous governments, local Indigenous development corporations, and our proponents that are operating here in the territory, making sure that they are aware of different funding opportunities. We hosted an entire panel when we were at PDAC, Mr. Speaker. I moderated it. Our Premier spoke at it, where we actually had people from the federal government come and speak to Indigenous governments and Indigenous development corporations about different funding opportunities that are available. We also had different successful proponents that
have seen success in some of these funding programs come and speak to the audience and also be able to talk about their success stories. Thank you.
Zhatıé. Final supplementary member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will stress that these are 22 Canadian projects, regardless of their investment sources. And if it's foreign investment we're looking for, the Department of Industry, Tourism, and Investment should be talking to those foreign sources. So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister outline how much money the territorial projects have received since Prime Minister Carney started shifting towards a new critical mineral strategy? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of ITI.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have those tallied up in front of me, but certainly happy to sit down with the member whenever he'd like. Thank you.
Minister of ITI. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Milne Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, continuing on the human resource theme. I can't stress I've had the pleasure of going through, at least on a cursory review, of the Public Service Annual Report. So I'm going to draw to the attention both the 2 years of 2023 and 2024 and the following report of 24-25 as the simple examples. Mr. Speaker, on page 50, ironically in both reports, it is the only one phrase, direct appointments, is used. It's not used in any other phrasing or calculation, and it embeds the issue that I'm trying to raise. It says, internal mobility includes all transfers, and it brackets, including direct appointments. So, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that the 2 years, and I'll just make it very easily, there's just over 2,100 internal mobility changes in jobs, and the second one, there's almost 1,900 mobility jobs. Is there a reason why the government doesn't specifically point out how many direct appointments are made in a public service annual report? Thank you.
Member from Milne Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually like to keep a printed copy of our Public Service Act because the questions do come up here. I don't have it in front of me right now. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that again, and without seeing that exactly, I'm kind of ill-placed to maybe explain what's on page 50. I can certainly say, Mr. Speaker, what I do have in some of my materials here, that between April 1st in 2025, about half of the direct appointments, and the numbers are quite different, so this is where I suspect there may be something more to discern in terms of what is in the, on page 50 there, but I have in front of me 63 direct appointments, about half of which were entirely to do with programs under the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework. So again, that's the regional recruitment one, and bringing students in through the BCG program. And note another like 30 to 40% were interns. So those are two of the really biggest sources of direct appointments, Mr. Speaker. But again, I'm happy to sit down and check into what's in there and to make sure that we are fully reporting out what is being appointed where. Thank you.
Member from Milne Centre.
Could you yell and center the other gondia? La Kadi Econana should dear Jacob Vein, Economagadi, and Akadi Duty Public Service and get 2024, 2025, like a Kia on Saudi Gugin Day. And I could go none shoe. Any Silano get that let's see you on this day. And I could go none should do. Ediasi issue then Tanita, as you go nanishets only lanita cookie sonicate. It does all the city canishets only laniseko lesoni at Lagi. It actually samples and get all the contiga. That cadi must hit and I got there. And I had the Shuji Public Service Act and get not say candidately at la do thalits and like canning for I should salt and me right that day. And I had you go none issue cars on salt and me got in down the gate at la you go none in bed this one going that like go on the tents and get the it Asian should how did it take I should make on Dalandi. It does like kind of take I kiss go toss on metago detail some play last on day. Masi then go there. And I could a digital taco kids like a shoe car, is it taco king kekana gain they wanted a Eda ishi konane shucho ashi di tatlets eta ko keka ko so eta ita ko kin keke weta ko so mi be kai in ko ate tasi shu kani ke gata ko so ishi konane tlenatse ishi tse ko kentega ko se konane mi ko te ke ti tse ke shu kani ko gata Eda koti ishi konane shu mi kani asiga ke tasi shu ke ti grace tse kon ka kontega Rakati masite kotesi eshi konane shu eshi kotin tes eshi it's the time keti rakati cho eshi Then I go desi to Haver South and Gami Committee she get this and that's 13-20 bracket 1C. Eshila Gutlin de cook Asian Danida as she cake okay at Gageti. That could you and that's a canets on Tatake that gate must then I go there. Grace days I go there. That could eat and that's it I get there. Comments on one after then I laugh, let me go take a hit. I miss it on like any dollar kind of not sent that it on that could grace days of there. Then I go there, say, I make go take it, AC. AG 40-20 bracket 1 C AG dani dash 1 cloud de jokotlin de cook AG C AG AGD and AG de national cloud de kaniki right dagedi Metz ook ethet in dagedi kabonate den alache amigo tek ethet aga amishet onakeni daga kantatet on akho grace stage kontega rakati masitena kote si ejila ticho Tanita get John Gotlin Dego Asian getting Dowgate Digos on Shets on Takeda. And Ajo Haver South a seating and that's a 40-20 bracket 1C. Ajla Tanita Gotlin Dego Asian getting Asi Jake Ejake Tigo Y in Clenats Takeda. Metso ketetse kami hokene de tenalahle. Amishe tsona keni tagaile. Kaitlena tsenta teto. Da kadeshi golane shu Haver South AG 40-20 bracket 1C Eshila Tananda choko tage de kanyoke di Ida Eshila soticho ije kozonta tage daga Ami ukeri de tenalahle amishe tsona ketegi daga amishe tsona keni tagale kain tsenta teto Grace Dave don't call the conte. Then I go to say a dicho J Haver South like a C she's announced 9.4 bracket 5 bracket AC Kutlin dates like all the Sikla than on Kuno Zansi a dear she will get this on jets look at Anna go get their gate must sit then I go there. Grace Dave Let's look at it in Dagedi. I may hold the nothing than a latte. I miss its own. Can it damage its own? Can it tagale? Mustn't that it on? Daji cannot say Kani Kaniwagedi. God's agent cannot say Kani Gigai, that's a gay. God's a nature, God's and this and that's a gay. All the go to her. Da Kadishi Golani and I'd say she got in days like all the Aji Ajo Hono Heights like Ajo and Kunti Kani, what is it? And I could eat the shots like all the Kuntiga. Masitena got the Sinla Aji Guti Aji that on chose at 2026 J Hakachene de Cho kilometer 40 like Aji, what is it? And I could DJ race dates like a contiga. And I should go to British Columbia. It's like a tanita like a that's like a she canny. I show at like coats like a mechanic you a going last say she can you go can dig up. Eda khati je du thalen na te tsak e je je ko din na ate ko tso I Ejila That says I know that 2025 I go diwa gede. And I could go nane shujo Yellowknife North Center all the going to and I see shujo su kill good than a thing. It and I had the do that that on shows at enter 2026 at the show see got in deaths and all the see it did then that's enter such a shouting chocos like a not say can I get there get it. And I couldn't enter Lilande and that's a see she may rally that she done it as you go get the sinners at really get it. Could Kota Lilani da Sene is you as your Gotlin dead like our decade Senes and high Satu, and Miko Hegala Takanuke Dick and Lilani da Dicho, Helat and no Kuno Zazu, Ike Wetaga. Masitania go there. Yellowknife Centers like all they're going to go. Then I go there, see that on shows that and title dudes and 2026 in class in that they said and I just raised it and said that you got in dead like all the see at la dicho I see so good in I send zoom it's like as he said to legate and I can't I got in dead like all the see at they dance or there's like onya canits like issue go he said to legate at like it like current la and I can't any Deji konatasi sets ulegeti, kozokonane shun debts like a itanet as good. That's a jits like issue goes ulegeti. Goes out a teacher or how they go haily laneras is segulegeti. Kenta lila gotin debts like all this is sabanage, is you go here, I see segulegeti. Kenta lila nida is she called it like a shirossi, segulegeti. Kenta lila nida is she gotin debts like all this here. Isene is go di canina edges and egonata segu legos and contats and go hegalat utageti. And Ali Kotlin dead like all the sea. Asian shoe sene is ya josi ko he sets ulegeti. Atlatanita go walk again at goes on sene is you contats 18 canits and Asian is you go on can you get it. Like and Ali Kotlin dead like all the sea sene is your sampa canigots like and you get the county. At like contats like at Tikani, I get digos on Ajishametate, La like Cotanese, Tlandico Taku, digos of Denugo Gainty. At like you or see Tlotagala, a Sinesia got Ilani Nasia, Siko Cutigeti. And I got in dead like out the Sene is your Sekegata. Goes on Sene is you as your Asiga Cutaco Tintego Ashi, Conit and a Wageti. Koto kenta lilani da jo gotlin dead like all this it lat and all kuno zejes oko get diga. Masit na gote.
Illinois Center. Notice of motion, member from Illinois North.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, March.
Then I go desit that on shows at end high 2026 and gagete. It actually to budgets like 2.1. Eji tudutse ekishe soto 2026 2027 agade and I could eji all the jo kajet only then de kisa jo cloud de kiso jo kokente and I dicho tani zen tsali za kuno klatin 2026 ashu kina kogenithia. And I could go none in day, she taco decision can it's like a so I was sick okay. And I cut the Joe Ka fakots antida koşan da tseşi.
to me as the Speaker under Rule 2.24. I hereby
2.24C edakati echikonane asikonane ukots edekedi ajo South najaketia na kode races like all the jokontega masitene kode na kode konane shu jokotli jo Canada go agency ya se go on kanik akode tiketi Eda ejilode diesel generator kanitsak eda I satswatlete konda atletletsake. Eda shikonane shikotli deko ejin hlodue ejin shu kane kontrak akonjani tiketi atla eji satswatletso wagete. Atla shikonane shu asi kane ga kotida Eda kote shikonane I kontrat eshu edeteshu ke go I metso oli lanita I senezi go hergot inegeti Eda shikotlin de go ejin shuk enta lilanita eji go gagots enezi go hergot inegeti Atla hlodue shu kokakone tini demeta I amikane galageta neshi mekaget esi I go henezi agot ilegeti It Koti enta lilanita eji kane eji kanits kosi ket at ulegeti atlatu omets o kane kakonte da yalunai center si mek elilani detseti edaji konane gotlin det like all they see et dia jo cloude senes ja jo cloude gotlin det like all deke I go he set ulegeti atlami go he gujageti eda eji konane shu eji aji kani atla aji kani metso one zagi jalisia dashi satsone klera desi metsa eshu ket ankots indiketi shi kani wageti eda kuti eji konane shu kontagots ke ami kani egala ke tats ke kani ageti Atla eji jo kontagots ke hotsi ken dalinane gotin dets like all de ke ede dia jo cloude yami kanik akon go hegala ke de go so eji sampanage me check ke shu go heli lagala ke that sene ju jo cloude sene ju go de satsontle tha I osi eji kenat ulegeti kanti wageti Kotik en dalina gotlin dets like all they see et de dia jo cloude metson sets ulegeti eji satsone kligilia gelesi megada ikaku kanik intledeti ante galegeti aje ken ke also is ante gaje county wageti Kanundeje metso olinani da serjo kontagots ke sets ulegeti like entalina gotlin dets like all they see kudishik and no githe gots on sene jo cloude mets only lani da jo gotlin de go asian go den kwenteni lasi wageti Atlaje enterprise issue getted and Dalina Gotlin debts and all they say it let no cute notes that or she cloud the jets on it not to get in. That you met like a ticket. Range let's like all there. That had he must it and I go there. Eda kot eje konane shujo gotlin de go eje as a city tilant atla eje la ik akos ya seko on de tiketi eda atla ikent eshu ise ajo kane kwene je gots anithi tsanke she go tilant ajo konane shuka khakint und erana hishuka jo cloud kane migats down de geti Eda eji konane shu asi counteni de eji said aji de tc kanik and dalilanya goti Mada kote konane shu 25 to 34 eji kak achane I la im იკაკუნ ხანი იმესაწელა ინდაატი ეჟირა ქაუნ ქუნოს ლაისა ცვალედე თავნუ უნტინ საცვა ხანი ჰუნტე ხანი და ეჟია ჟომეგაწე დანი დე საწედა ინსი იტამეწ უ ჰიტლედე თიუნდე გედი და ეჟი გონანეშუ ო კელხესა ქაკაჭენ ხელატ ნო ლედონ ქილატ ნო ხანი კოიტლე გოლ კილე ჰუნტე 7.7 kanet eso atlayışı konan eşu ajok vaze dane deka sek akone tiketi erayışı nane kontat eşu kanitlen kanit a neşi de köko geni thiko za kontat eşu eda eşi me gali lanit ajines yakotine gedik akotsek ena koti 138 Messi 2022 zone kare daso seke oi der jaketi era kutina hishu sene zimetso seko tsele gaso o era o keshu Tenezetso koke setanit a sekakuke uite atiketi. Inta o kasi countiani de etlakutlia kakone tle de atingote. Inta o kashuna hetso koke sekotsona hetso koke teketi. Erana hinshu kakone hitlie kutsatsu ditsani degeti. Kanio kyashu hes satyo o kako kani detia danti degeti. Kotse o kyashu tanit a mekatset ase kyene jigalatset tasi eshi mega kotingeti. Eda kut issue Dene Zhatıé dane dashi ami kani satsoi tletsek I kaldeja gentlisi sitileji get ana hets okay tisoni koketi eda eji konane shu eji onkashu kadule godensi kenti kanisi asatsotsek esi kadule kanidi tlaunde geti Eda ejikonane mi kani tega galaketasi 7.4 million. Kani sonje zon sampa zon laket. Again laketi konane shuaki satsu. Isatsu etlejon dene sesi. Kakachaneji mushetseje kani sunla la mel kanete son jonsi degeti. Ada kudi kontats eshi zogala getale eji shushi kakune tetson uajon laute gota geni dageti atleshi kontakane deasik botsek goti eda eje pema chats eshu kasi lanu la melse godink again big eshu kana cooking loud goods Asian shoe megara nezaki chaleketi ida tenako tesia jonsik ego iteate antilegeti ida shi konane shi kuti kakone tieni te eshi ejoashi kandi satsu etlesi fane kani choko tsuhunte da kuti shi kontats etlene tieni de jontle kiti di tlaunte kani ho konane kontaki kagoint eledi Joko tsoje sekweze na tlaki jon kontaki se kotenit ezedi edaji asi kaundiani de eji amitene kanik elin bak yugi se gogo sia kontiga soniketi daji Hitler jon kokinte Ena kuti oji kuti te okay pelani dai khone chodi she ko tso hone acha khochi ji sa tsotli khane jo kedin leni de ke khiri so sena ke leot elete eda shi khako te ju hitle mo kointe de eda dia si county si semet aure out eda sene zu ya me kwe khani ko kya ke ti ami khani fane I tene ko me kha ke esi ji khani se ko sia ko te ke ti ena je na a te shu khait le ju ko kinte khaki cha me zo only lani da mo she tse je shu ke o te tia cha ke ti e ko nane shu jo ko ta kha jo ke de ti o te je tle kin li shu a me khani mo she tse je khani ne shi ga la ta si khati e mo she tse je si te a tse le ti kha tse la ni de ji sa pa ta ne te me zo khale ke so ina ka ko hitle zo te ke ti e dai shi me zo only lani a sik en ta li lani te ko ti na te e da so tue ti so na ke te ko ti je la te je what je ko ti what hits and ke ju te le ko ke ju hitle jo ka ko in ta ke ti je pe ma cha ju hitle jo ko in ti ke te atla e shi ka ko khani de ti khani wa ke ti tene a ko te ti ti a sia tse tani de e shi ko na ne sa pa tlo tue me zo ke u di u te ke ti khani a si ke u de ti a ko te an ti le e da shi o ke shu tla da tu te ke ji ko na ke ti khani ho ke u a si de ti te an ti le na khati e shi ko na ne shu a mi atla je you can nunavut ke shu e te ti shu ka ko he ka ko ti hu te tene a ko te si sene zu a jo tla te mena ta se ko tse le ga so ko atla ko ti u khani ko tha ka ko ne ti khani wa ke ti and I could dia she se me omet all day ada atla tletse na ketani da sampatse tseni de sane de tse ka de zona tisi e ji shu khani shu si khani ga ke ta wa kinte khani me ga lilani da sene sia ko te ga ko atla ami khani e ti jo na hi shu ko tha tse ke e ji khani ji kyul ko ta ke teni da ke ti atla ji tu o khani asine je kya tse teni de ko de thi ke ti da khatanet e lilani da me kha ko in ta won e ena khudi down ti da she mo ko tene la tu tsene jo ami au de ke ni si sene ji jo ko ke ti ga go Ilene de ejiko nane shu sene zu ami khani ka ko tsege gala ki te ke sene ze ko tsoko tse te ga sugo ta na hi shu khai tle me zo gala tse ta wa tsin te ke di ina te na ko te si ti me tse ke te tsu ta tse di a shi ko nane shu a jo khla te fane jo ka ve ta ne te ki te si le shu ko ki te te atla ta seo ko nane shu kan iti ko khani da kya shu ta sa tsoi tle jai ko te ta e ji shu ke ga ta ko nane ko ta tse ke shu khani ke ta ni a on te ina ti fali ji te cho so ka de enterprise hut le mo kha ko inta ra ta na so tu kha khani o hut le no na ta ki se wa kin te ina na hin shu e ji se ne ji a jo tla te si khani se tse le ga so ko on ti me ga le la ni ta se ne ji ta 2026 on se ko tse le so ko and I could go on issue is some personet at that was a gate. Can you show? And I could just see counting it as on Sikira does go or at Latimigas at Danny de Kakuna sick and little day tuned it like enta lilani so ide antes go on at like she met only lani da sene is your so cloud se go as go on ena khoti on kya shu dia si counting de Asian shu a jo cloud de get an ko tsona ti hon de atla ami khani ka ko na hinti sa kya ge de La khoti du tsene ko dia tse ti si a jona a ko de jilante na hi khani le sa kya tse ke I asi na tse ti ko ja shu ko tse ke asi na tse ti mo she tse je ko ko tle shu asi hlon tue khani ko ko de jionte ami khani Cinta konya si khani ko jaja ki utlesi ejin shu kha ko de ji sonde eda ejin shu ajo ko nane shu na hi kha jo laute si na na ta khani te launte eda sina khane sindika ta hojo ka de leo le de ko nane shu kha ko ginte de Eda khati sin shu sin kilis o ta tlaga sonidi atla eshik ako dion de tiketi. Eda khudi ko nane shik ao de kasi shani zoko ke tega soni. Eda di mezo ke te zuhta ke di. Atla eshik ko nane kai tlesho ko kinte wonte. Khoti countini tani ta mezo nezin se ko tselega sondi. Eji ami khani kaude eji kakuz ke khani kaude nisi eji shu khahi tlie tani ta shi kona ta ko tinsi je ko inte onte ko tse shi kona ne khashe tse ke hitle se tso ko inte onte atla shi ko heta ko tinsi khani wa ke ti atla tani ta sho ke he ko on hitle ko kinte onte Eda na hishu si migatse tani de Eji asi ka jo claude na himotsin sho sone kani ho bets only lani senezi seko tse legas go on. Eda kodi du tsene shu I sambanage tsenke jo asi claude si kona tani geni take di atla Saskatchewan tsenke shu a jo asi kani akin down de kak ache $80 million so ji sambanage me che kwe tse kani je tani geni down de Eji shu katule ta ho eji mega lilane mega ta sone you can't ke shu ka khani ke ga ta on te ke di JPC ke shu te shu si shu kone nane kone chagyun le khani ho na hi shu ka jo tle he lilane da asi khani na ta ke link ke ti ena khuti Ikonane du thaleju ko intela eji asi khani tseke ta se tene ko tseke ko te taundi ga sone khodi khaunde ne te taundi da jo cloud me son se ko tsele ga sone de atla ko akete ena shi konane shuti khani asi konane I asi metsojat a kono zugeti khauni tseke shu ko kinte Eda shoko te kwenteni lasi me atsetani de ya jo klaute ko hene zia ko te laut ele da si shutia je khani me gaita ke tina hik eta lena de da sene zemena ta se ko tsele ke ti Kani de me gaita sone zia si ka go te ga sone atla ji tle khani tse ke ti Ena koti tua shi se ashi met au de amegats etaga e shi konane shu khani asi megada si koi tilets ke sa tsone tle khani ta in line Dene Zhatıé Da shi met on de line da e disho met on ketets ta geti Ena koti jin tetsek au teke jin shu si konane shu si ta koi ta geti Ena atlata se me tso asine zinta akuntega tauntiga soni ena kuti eji konane shu the whole in the 2030 2040 2050 so asita ikots e te tauntiga soni Ana koti ko nane shutu ta hlontua ko tlinte tsakau e shitu ta kyuti ko tsani thea so ko ti atlamita mulan te tsaketu ta takyute keni da ko ta sik te tika te. Ana koti kyusheni ni then je mezo ka ko te da rinse tsake ka le kuinte. Eda shi mezo keteti tagadi. Eda yellow nice center se tsong te ga. Nakati masi tena ko tesi masi range it's like a call the guinte. And I should hit lesion kakuinta won't eh. Kicho samba gele what I do tele. Eshikonane shu agent côté what I think what I DJ Katlo that's like a coco tight. Is it a kako hit lesion hit le cooking tegate. And I could DJ Parliament KC Eshila Quintlesi, it's ending that on Osilano Sampa Canitles and Naka Antiguketi. And I should co op, should go Takani down at it, Lajo Sampa Gilizake. And I can't cashew count any day. Cloudy, I see Canu goats at the getty. And that issue none. Asi ko onte chiso ko kin tegete. And I kashik all the kai se sitele shi ko nane shu se menata se ko tselo sone. And I could o shi sampatane de kane mezo tse thisi o kashu. It just kaga dane de mezo only lani da si de tia ko de antile won't egete. Okay, so kissene is you eat a cigarette the loud ele. Then a long digit also they check down delay. Go none sure sickle they ticket. Atla ishi choco none show samba gently see Asian cooking day. And I go there say. Eshi kon nane shu ikak ogo kinte keti. Eshi line kakachin $100,000 si kanete so eshi kani ogo kinte. Eko nane shu kakachin e tunu la melza kako kani si okin la na kente ko tiko so isatson siklo kenan tishu shi kakachin tlesa sula la melene la kente kete. Kudi ko nane kalimet akot at that's like a shoe hitle cooking day. Is that say hi? Lanitis Nasia go till like a day.
Addressed, reset, reprogrammed 2 to 3 times a year. What about their warming equipment? You know, when we walk down that aisle, whatever aisle it is, you know, you're looking for your deli stuff. Well, that goes down 4 to 5 times a year again because of the style of power we have here, as in the.
She go tissue crats like a sick honey and pushes a she go down sick honey agate go din a she corpse like a sea on cashew I honey go down see the garment at a lashu I honey could ear sad johnny take and I get little she cock action on cuno la melson honey again tune there. As you go none sure sikili again in sick cock action on cuno on killat and also again dig it. Good because I go none shoe she go did canyats it's like a shoe. As you cashew got go canin day 10 days she got go white day go day. It clear that I could issue net 10 days she met on shake it once it day tear down delay. It I could issue cut load that's like a shoe cooking day. It actually do thali lan it as she Kane kakachane I go down see take amet athe la sikulia again la si mega e tlisat sonese kon kuno osula la melsonake digo kete. Era tia si kanya jogera tasi e she konane shu e she ami kanya jo saute kanete kako nage tise o kashu ka jo saute e she John Senesiu go haircut in and out ele Eda kadeshi go the 2023 sina etekini asi ekishe ko takis and is a good jaligiri atla eshi carbon tax like esujik et agin lats on asik et anjalant egedi. Eda kadeshi go nane shu eji ek agots ekegala get dasi shu kajon cloud is and esu gala get daso go. Era eje shua siklo tuena na ta helion e era eje shua jon cloud mena ta sekots elias go o atla tandira jon cloud mezo sekots elias sonti era na hishu ki kenta lia si lezo mezo galats etalont e era kodia siko nane go nats ani dia go dejinant e era signeli lanit a eje kontats e kani iti konts e shu seko ke legeti Cocaine line detonation de era atsezo kasi cocaine de era kodi di ho do kida is not eso a jo thought si seko ke legete atlatia shi kanishi konani kontazen ke dane da jo thought se ne go seko tselega sonde era si shuka konani shu se ne si go he Titagati, Tasesitile Samba Kanike Antesone, Nakoti de Sekonini de Ejigonane Shuasi Kanita Kozo Tisi, Ejikot Kotegalaki, Tiny Dennis de. And I could the county done it as she thought the Gotlin the cook agency Kanata is on it. Then I thought pure cars on the head and I like it down again there. And I could Eji konane senesia kwatela senide eji tesa kau desia so itle kanindigi aso sezo kele asonti che khatlo te shuta ke chakha so tlaute ko he ka gyu chaute ata ken talina ni sambagani ko tswati mute ela eji o kya shuka ete de shu so tlaute as sezo sekule ke te kanewa ke te Ela kate katlo te zeke kentali so like intageti. Ela disho sabakini so kaldesi senesi shikeke and tenisenti. Tene go tejimizo onka onsi senesi go onso go iti ko kakozinte kozeji go nane shu asilo kanime so galazeta gazo go on. That's la canete la contigo sonti the whole 2034, 2035, the whole 3 billion canete son tageti asoni. Ina could it does 3 billion, 4 billion, 100 million canete day, 10 day. Asian shoes on sick canega does go on. That says she can't tell a shake or it's also good. Don't dig us on it. That's like Canete Cane, down digas only, and that the Canazia Silo Dur Canim Mets Wats let's eddy. I can't lose Silo Metate Launde. That's like Canete Shik out there. It didn't should go none as sick honey secu lenny day. Kakachan in da. Sulalat and all Latuno all Hulets and Cadujets also go gay lesson day. And I could do okay, should then I go Tana, Tledeka Gati, Danita sets like SNZ, Gala, Tasson is a gate. And I could do shake all the shoot dating shows on cloud. I see Canigua as on Sego Gate. Is she go nane shu she done it as was sick honey so galats at the honey one mega kakwats at down de and I cut the range it's on that they kite one day a kite leisure going down there then I thought dirty so go child mola there's on a get jaco get day and I could the honey mega good did I should send is you mega at go so down did I so go elias or something Alberta says she got go canada goes I get there down there soon get the that station is you hefe last on it that present Iji Minister Carney zot and dig us on the at la BC on Chicago heka on the Ida Chikonane shu etia joansi kanime nani quats eta Kuti county ni de danita joansi segots e legason de Kanik Eli Lani Modat in the Megali Lanita Senezio joansi get out desko and I could see shu mezoi get tenet agadi. Kaditena kotesi etichunk au the sijim imezonk etets ut ageti. Era nachishu senes jo cloud mezon sekots eltias go tu get die in gaileti. Framelets and geshes won't there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the principle of this motion speaks to several things, namely infrastructure investment and additional subsidies into the system. I am supportive of the parts of the motion that speak to infrastructure investment. I made a statement about that earlier this sitting already, and have requested a briefing with the Minister of NTPC at Standing Committee to speak and learn about that initiative in detail, pressure her on the items that we think are important, and get moving on that project. I am happy to express support for the Minister here for the various efforts she is leading to modernize and stabilize our grid, as is encouraged by part of this motion. And as I said already, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to that in a statement earlier this sitting. Part of this motion also recommends adding new subsidies and supports to our system. I think it's important to note that our system is already heavily subsidized by necessity. Just this past year, Cabinet approved subsidies in the tens of millions to help stabilize rates and not shock the system due to the increases required to cover the costs of additional diesel generation we've been faced with due to drought. Mr. Speaker, if residents had to bear the full cost of delivering power in this territory themselves, we'd be in real trouble. So I think it's important to recognize that the power system as it is already involves heavy subsidy. I appreciated and supported the subsidies Cabinet approved at that time, as I think they, I, and everyone in this government is concerned about cost of living in this territory and protecting residents from shockingly high year-over-year increases. Nobody can disagree with that. I support Cabinet considering further supports in the future as need be, appropriately weighed against other priorities and expenses and balanced against them. Mr. Speaker, it's really easy to stand up and promise things like new subsidies. Of course people would be happy to see more supports. Who wouldn't? Making promises is the easy part, especially when you don't have to cash the checks. What is more difficult is finding the money to support those promises and balancing that against all of the other needs of this territory, including the very infrastructure investment this motion is also calling for. While subsidies can help reduce shocks and are necessary to ensure cost of living remains manageable in this territory, I think it also needs to be said that we can't subsidize our way out of this problem. Where do you think the money is coming from for that? So in a system that is already subsidized by a government that is already in debt, I think we need to be careful about promising more. I'm not interested in making promises I am not sure we can pay for and just saying it's on the government to figure that out. Mr. Speaker, I've reached out to different people who I consider informed on this issue and asked them for ideas on how we can change the narrative that we are living in right now with regards to power. I respect those opinions. I shared some of them in the statement that I already made during this sitting. I'm going to let that statement speak for itself. I shared a couple of ideas that are just getting floated around. A couple of members have spoken to a few of them already, and I'm happy to support idea generation. I'm happy to support doing everything we can to address this issue, for sure, with the caveats aside that I've already stated. Mr. Speaker, without changing legislation, and I want to be clear, I would be okay with changing legislation, I just don't think we can do it quickly. The directives issued by the GNWT to the NTPC Board and the NWT Public Utilities Board is a way to address current issues of planning and reliability using the existing regulatory framework. Furthermore, I think it's important to emphasize that the work the minister is doing with strategic infrastructure and the potential for federal funding is really key to getting at some of these long-term issues. The best way to improve reliability and maintain costs is with federal funded infrastructure projects. If we can use federal funding to replace aging infrastructure and pay for new infrastructure, such as a grid-connected transmission line that customers do not have to pay for, then we can introduce time of use rates, incentives for customers to use cleaner electricity. Those are things that can help us reduce costs. And it's really worth noting that those infrastructure investments themselves would also be a subsidy, because residents can't afford to sustain those investments with their power bills alone. So we need help. I'm not denying that in any way. So really, we are talking about subsidy either way, whether it's through infrastructure investment or just handing money back to residents. But I think we should be really focusing our energy, no pun intended, Mr. Speaker, on using the little funding we have on stabilizing our infrastructure and making investments that will help us correct these issues in the long run. That's really where the value lies in my mind. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken previously to my thoughts on motions and how they are being used by this Assembly. When used sparingly on key issues of collective resolve, I think they could have value as a tool. However, with the frequency at which they are coming forward, I think they have been reduced to functionally operating not much differently than member statements and questions. Members speak to their thoughts on the matter, and the government responds. I haven't seen much evidence to convince me that motions have been effective at achieving their aims. So to the principle of this motion, I already delivered a member statement and questions on items related to infrastructure investment, which would help us stabilize rates. So I'm fine to support that aspect of this motion, as our rules and procedures require me to consider the principle of the motion itself when voting on them, regardless of my thoughts on the tool. As the motion is non-binding, I am also okay with being clear what parts of it I am less comfortable with and allowing those comments to inform the government's response. With that, I will express support for the motion with noted caveats. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake. To the motion, member from Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not support this motion because I do not think it provides any value added in our shared quest to lower the cost of power. The sponsor of the motion said that this was an attempt to create kind of an omnibus motion to try to address all of our power challenges at once. So within this grab bag, there are some sweeping recommendations that I do support, but many of these are in fact already underway by the government and the Public Utilities Board and NTPC. And there are also a few specific suggestions in the motion that I'm afraid I cannot support. The only thing in this motion that would actually lower power rates is the proposal to further subsidize electricity rates. So first of all, my understanding is the government has already recently announced that it is further subsidizing electricity rates. And I firmly believe, similar to my colleague from Frame Lake, that we cannot subsidize our way out of our energy challenges. It is fiscally unsustainable. I also don't support the idea that this government should take on the role of sort of an insurance provider to directly cover any losses associated with power outages. While that would be nice, it's not a role that any other government in Canada has taken on. And there are indeed power outages in every other part of Canada. And if those governments don't have deep enough pockets to compensate everyone for all losses associated with power outages, then I hardly think it would be responsible for us to take that on. There are steps that homeowners and businesses can take to protect themselves and their appliances from electricity surges and outages, and we can continue to raise more awareness about those opportunities. So integrated power system planning is indeed necessary and urgent. That kind of idea is mentioned in this motion. But fortunately, the government has already directed the Public Utilities Board to get this kind of integrated power system planning underway. Engagement has been started by the Power Corporation, by NACA, with support of the GNWT, to plan the future of electricity across the territory
including opportunities for renewable energy, sequencing and planning for infrastructure investments, exploring opportunities to reduce diesel reliance, how to keep power reliable and affordable. So these conversations are already well underway and the work is being done. Now the motion calls for us to adopt more technologies that will reduce costs at the same time as they increase grid reliability. I certainly support more integration of renewable energies and battery storage at the community level. And I think it's worth examining how we can provide more redundancy on the grid to avoid more power outages. But none of those things are going to lower costs. In the short term, or probably not even the medium term, and it doesn't help to pretend that they will. All of those things will take a significant amount of investment. They will cost a lot of money, and there's no way around it. I know we're always hoping and counting on the fact that the federal government will come in and pay for all those things, so that means they're free. But the reality is that the federal government is not going to pay for all or even most of the potential things that we would like to see in our energy system, in our power infrastructure. So we still will need to make tough choices as to which investments we should prioritize in our power system. I just don't think it helps to continue this myth that we can have it all for free, and also our power rates are going to go down. So if I have to be the one to stand up and be the unpopular person who breaks that truth to people, so be it. I'm sympathetic to the plight of people in enterprise trying to rebuild their community, but I think it's important to point out that enterprise did not have three-phase power before the fire. So this is not so much a bare minimum investment, but instead it would be a huge new capital investment, which Naka Power says is currently financially prohibitive. So certainly that may be something for future discussion, but my understanding is that it does not represent simply restoring the community to the status quo from before the fire. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I certainly support energy affordability and energy security. I just don't believe that this motion brings us any closer to getting there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North. To the motion, member from Great Slavey.
Great Slavey Tsukuntega. Akate Masitene Agote. Rakati Sishu, a dicho cane, Aji, Dasite Tits like a Hitler going to the Kase, they wanted the Edakadiko Nanishu Katicho and Metzoin get it to the gate. And I should go Nanishu. She could Nanishu took all the Hitler's no Kakokinda. And I could Nahi ajon sene zima kotsun Dene Zhatıé. Aji kanila that's a cuts a day that got sondi kotsun is at like a kunkanits like agate. And as he shook enta lilani dashi sampats like ekos at a kuti aji kanit metadachi nothing sonigate. Eda ejigonane aji kane as Eda eji aji de chilesi kane make ads in lani denezundi. Rakati sishu a kids in Tarlisi on Kashuna could age like edi atla. Erasi should imigrate done a dead canimets or get it with a gate. And I could count any dead on it as on Southamates only landed at Nation goes a legasoni. Atlantic honey mets or get it with a gate. I get it. And I should go none should nation mezzocos de caniho da setio mezzonesia cots ele tantiga sonigeti. And I should mezzon only lanekit and not cemented nothing I lady. And I could in more fishes as a contega. Must it then I go there as she got in dead like out the siege of the one on your Edajo deswa konya seti chajo cloud jo deswa enta jo ageti ani de isene se konata se ko tselias go on Atlatia si hlokani de tirata na hlonde da mola deswa jo toke ese ko geti Eda shi konane ami kothas ishi kavli könishits enta lilana getesi hlesa kauki la melani sambak yokesi Atla eshi metso only lani dats etidi. Ata shi konane shi dats ekeshu kotse konane shu ya mikani en faga la ken tasi shi son hloduen da son son tauge se koketi. Eda shi Edmonton ihlesa godin kani könishi natsane tetleko ona kahlile lat ona kenti keti. Eda edicho Sampagini Lagoti Kani that's an attack e Kani Könishi Lego oni deshlesa o kilemel talat and onake digo gedi. And I katishi go nane shoot an ethodish go gain down de gedi. In that go nane show meet and then Könishi Kirala get done in deshi hlesa de Köns again again di. Eshi going leshu moshets eje. Dezo gwajina genti gots on tleshu na genti meta Könishi go nidi. In eshi go nane show in dark hanimala degate in the keshu ki gasihlu kani. Danet echo nuts and shuki kaniko he kaniko on the geti. And I actually that's a issue Kaguajo Tlekani, Clazo, Akos I get it, I cook anything there. And I make Kania, so cloud she go to Könish and I get desi. It goes so I make honey funny de Könish and I get there. It and I kage digi sampatane de gate CC. HQ get late and the don't kids and that's a casual samba hula think it. Ida Asian I say Kiana Dereta sek I go in de Moshets Asian again dear Sony and I hire seko a go cani de tia get the less kakachans and talat and all the day Killa mills in la lap and not all connect and less and again digo get it. Ida Eji da ke kani da goes I can the kagate and see at la a me kani kif galaken talekos on si tlakos antiketi Asia so lauta sita goes I get the working day. Eda kati Gondane shu a me kani galaket da si katlon dueshi kani cooking day. Eda kat In the day she got going, Leshu Kaninaki, Dikoketi. Era do highly lani that the net so do a sick canu cooking day. So do a shoe a sick caniakin donkey. Era so do a shoe car, you caniko on cani, then again, till that so do a cani, go chakutak and chigati. And I she met only lani that he megas a dining day, since you, a she internet and then nothing at the massy. Sa tuts ek al de kon tega. Ela khati masit na kote. Ela khati she konane shu khania jon thaute chokot kote kyetani la konane shu ko jan jokot ni de ko keje a si de tiete antelegeti. Ida she metso only lani da chokotlin des like all the see it did social thada goes ageti. Ela kodishe konane and that's a canigats at dining day. Eshi ajiu cooking de cassette de gate cani ho chasilo cooking that since you she thought I the quick canathan Atla ikonane shu ishi could e canik agone teni deji a me cania so saude e atla canik agone tesigo din canime caget ekajo a si canit moshetsajitsi the getirashi mezon ankotso kuntiketi. Ida eji kandi wale sente kuti county deji sene zia jonsi je takwakin tani Dene Zhatıé. Ida se like kind of they do indeed highly landed eji kwam na the tlati. Ida eji konane si Asiko nane shu ajon kakide that getted kuti atla aji kani si the siajon cloud kake that kokide. Eda si shu konane shu kani ko hene jagu chale deji shu mitsakedat gotsat dia go o. And dear Simeon said, Daga Samba Hodumet okay und nach Hishu Kontatzek and that's a desi casual canimots in Shonte, Eddie Onkashu Kaukia Sareda de Egagone Tikat in Katlum Modasho Sonte. And I Asian Shumegat said Dagos on Samba Danet, Emets on that and D Asian Shukajo go Hekagonti on the County Hocho Sabana let's like all the sea et in Shuka Conte Nage Shawakinte Kajo Kanyajo Taute Megats et Tasonde. Eda si shu Eshikonanet Akots and Teshits like Ekakote Nathe one day. And I should go none shoot on it. I should like Hanita, let's see. As you shoot them and then nothing. I like Hanu Catulashi cannot say lesson tea. As she may rally land it as she will get this semets only land it as Senesia good to legate. Massi Satuts are going there. And I should not say, oh, go take a day. We yell on nice sauces, all the shits will contain. And I can't go there, say. And I can't go none issue. And I can't go none issue, cart leisure cooking down. And I should name go cycles at there's go. And I could and I can't a just 600 million then I think. Et daar je go nane je gotlin de gods like all the sergeants and they cooking shots go on. And I could do a similar that does it contact like a son tue as you go hennes ya got in a loud elegate. And I na hishu North American she done it like a go canits or a cigar like a dasi she cannot hishu cuts in the utility. And I should go none na hishu as okay funny lilanita it can as on duty, a go canishai on the gate. And I should go none shuka, a siko none shoe, a sacon, any day she met pleasant as it take on out there. And I could make riley lanit as sick on the checo down till a cash on take a cagon there. And I could eat kage Johnny day could eat. Eji son hutler and der go der son de Canada like go nane shu kajo go his gods itler go der son negate and atene go desi go nane shu ami khani eji in khanik agons like a father go gain knowledge it is a tall single so pine points like a shoe go just Edition shoe blue fish like a she like shoe. I don't cloud a she clagos on cleanit in day. And I not his shoe go none shoe is she cold hearts like a she I see clothes on that clean in the gate. And I see how Jenny de Sene Zemigats et does go Jane de on Cuno High, a Kia Junko de Son de goes a kitare the Kanika Gwint is only at Lashik Agons a cutie jets on a gin, says on Galagin down Linkety. And Anna Hishi Dico Nane should just see go de Kanyek Agosis and is you get right as a go. Era kodi diwa si hlona na tate lageti kozun ajon kani ho na hishu sene zime zogala tseta go o era tene ako desi eshi konane sampatane te ako zonse tiketi eshi la ka si hlon tue so hlaute metanis in the onde era tene ako desi shi sampa ta se shi tax ako tin down disone at like et a in desek all the kani sampa kotsona isi shi kani kyaketi irana hishu kajo hlaute mezong se gotselas go o kotiona itle go leni reji shuka jozona itle na tsentiga se go o Eda koti o kya shu samba tlamena tani si da kani o ta se mezone zi ka go tega soni tua sene zia jo hlaute sene zia zo la tseta se go o Eda shi go nane sampa tane de mezo kyo ki se soni edi 2030 eda 207 million dollars kanet eso she zo kyo ki se und Eda shi go nane 60 million si shi go nane sikili zo la take da und 67 million si jo kauni Is yes, working now, just working now. The Asia Arctic Energy Landscape DC, Asian Shu Ajon Cloud, E Canis, and I she got argue decade Ajon Cloud, see she can hacking the won't AKT. And I should kind of hearts like 37 million so damage on it in the one day. And I could just see counting the same as you. I shall shout at the head in an image of God's 8 years ago. And I could at like car in day on Kihasi 17 million years old. How they get in they get it like she's sabanage, met a cake was like in did a gaggy. And I cut Asi counting de sene zunke heli galat etta kozo atiasi khani koze de ko nane shuk ave kozo kozende ame khani sabanage me chekwet ake ko galat ta she kozo kozende county si atla jontuna het ko osi shi khani waketi eda kha jisamba Irana hishu chikotlin de ko Asian shu ji khasa basane de khani ko again laude. Eda ko nane shu is $8.8 million si 24-25 Asian da nikeni daunde. Eda Asia la mega lilani da Asia sene shu ko au ticket khani wa again laude ke di atla Asia currents and issue haneki launde. $24-25 and get 1.5 million connect and so shit on your game there. And I could email a dine day. Ejo NTPC issue dating Asia Kaniko only lanida Kanina de Kachane 6.9 million so 24-25 like you can say okay. And I could Asia to shoot at Jada Asia shoes meso only landed in a nation jolly lounge at Asia Kanimet I chuad a on to go get the Kanita so shit a kukeni theode. And I could count any day Asian shoes on cloud go none sure sick right does go all. And I could it then I go there see Asia and Nuvets like Asia needs I can't ride a on take on good day a 24-25 like Asian shoe casual cloud key high soak than the cloud I can deal there at like a 8 million sea in that thing heights as well cloud cuts relegated at like hit the cornat set or good one jack can you get the And Asian shook and Lilania see Kanis or sets uligate Kaniwaki loud egate. Era tenakote se etin shu agency Kani megats etasi. Asian shook agency is you got a loud egate. Eda kutishi konane ushi ka kontanete nats and titsank Asian shukajan sikots ke kani ke gaita kotsonta seon shikonane asije taniki da tauntiga sonde Eda Asian shukajan ke gaita onde Dene Zhatıé sinshu Eshi sampatanet ajon tlaute ishe tsonikeni dasi shimetso oasi get out de keti kanwa keti. Eje you can't think eshu kako hekakon tiunde. Eje Nineveh eshu 2,000 eshu 30 million eshu kuitle kole keti. Atla edete shu shatlata ko tsakin tirajo ko tinte ko keshina ko deshi la kunte keti. Erana hishu ka hutlia jo sikulia tsuldetseni de la klemetson wala tseta onteti. Eda eji sabanage me chekwe keshu kaji asilon ko tsinte onte keti. Eda eji shu County Kagots a deductant and outside their seafood could 18 out and divulgate. In that Asian shukash or cloudy, a she a sick honey's all get that go on. At least she go none, she sat swint, it did take it easy. A she Megali ladi done is Eda Asian shoe, as on cloud a car, a sick honey as on cloud a senezi, mets only none gots a has go on. Cajon a senezi, morat in out a day. Eda nahin shoe ajon, lehenats a shall go on. Gozo a mia jona dit e si senezu e dia se ke ga tas go o era na hi shu tu ten si jon senezi ko na ta se ko tse le has go o era e shi shu ko na ne e shi na ka so NTPC le he ala ke ta e shi shu ka senezi ko tinant e da shi shu senezi na ta tu sune thendi ide o ki ha ki cha le khani o tu a khani ta kyu ke ni the de e shi mega lilani tanita jo saute ticho kutlin te ko keje ta se ko tsele ga soni atla ta hono ha o kyuno ha ta kon diga soni da kutina hishu Kanik enta lilani ta senezia ko tsele ga so ko unketi kanio sa chot only lani da senezia menata ko tsele ga so ko da ko nane sa tsoi kletsa ketene o kili lani da ji he gala keta ko keti ena khudi khaunten de tua ji sa tsoi si kho kena di tsa ke khani the launde ira na hi shu je mega tseta ko so tani da enta se mezon se ko tsele ga soni Era tia si Thailand o cashew e she kids and tiene zagot in out era si shukako nane shukaneko hete laund era she go nane shu e tia si kane mats et dane de e she shukatula so thought maison se go tsele Eda she contats e shooted in Danita son south as si canizon sego ke legasoni at like a cons e ageti. Eda could the continuation shares on cloud metanits in thousand go. Eda could the Danita son cloud segots elias on Sunday. Kudi kani hide segots eleni de sampatane de maison cutes e thiga sondi. Irati shiso senezi migas etta kozonahi kaldets inisi senezi keta kerata kozekea zogo o Eratia si kaundeni de tue a contrats e a si kanit atia soko ke lesone Atlatia si ka kon koniwa ke tira Jesu sene je sekotselias go Ena kadina hishu jokuas etani de eshi konane sigats etada diego enita en chiotele ena kodi jontur to government se kadula jon cloude jetson seko ke leson de ena kodi dishi kanina na date la se ka ke de jonde ami kani kwa ke tekini asi eshi ke ta ko zoko ke de gazo o ke shu khatene kani I Kotsokugete, Kotse Onkashutia Sekots Edle Kanoshin Natania, this is Senezimezon Sekots Edle Gazago. Eda Koti Tall Sense, Eji, Dase, Eji, Ajon Cloudy, Gotsoi, Gaguntli, Kanimets Onki, Kaint Isoni, and Eji kakotse enite katule mezo ehtia kotesone era eji shukajo ehtiun dedi era eji konane shu titlin governments eshu ajon khate ekishe snirlets eji tuda ikakutliga kokin lasi shukajo met all day on day Eratenea go desi atlaji tele microhydrogate disease kanits ekeda I agulegate sluts okets ekishukako kinte onde era kana hishu katile agency kanigats etasone era sene jusentake dene zuade era kudi go nane shu kanet ezo ade senti Eda shikonane shujitle he galat uta kanwageti. Eda katule county and eda katule Canada konta kats etida senezu. Ajonsi kaniko he galat etasone. Eda koti eji amin dets like eshu kanya ajonsi kanit IQ geni tesone. Eji shujon cloute konta kats eteni dene zua. Outline days 60s, 70s, 80s, Dakwint, Asia, Due Kanikanats a layout LA, Erati Kani Sampa Hukots at the Tanita Joansi Kanats at the Katule, Clehenats Asia, goes on Cleheni Lani de Galats Utageti, and I could count Jenny Ratin Mets on not that's at Sigasoni, they must hit and I go there. And I see yellow nice salts like all the sheds all go dead. I see cannot say one get there. And I raised dates like all the sheds all go there. The cutting must sit and I go there. And I see then choke all there so cloud and cannot set on cooking they get there. And I see choke all the heat less you cooking down the day. Eda kateji go naneshu da se eji kani tlanatse kani ago teki tlanatse kani metatatlo telede. Eda eji shu go naneshu kash on saute si kani ugo getigas go on tlanatse tate o si wageti. Eda kudi countini danita sensia gots edlega sondi. Eda eji kaude kasho in sho sondi. Era tia se countini deji mezo only lani senezu natas ethias go on. Era kudi da seun eji kaude asilo tanishe zonk etheji ki kani metatatleut elede. Kosashi se metaude arts on soko gentias go on. Asi county on metets a tenide jozo maintenance se kanyats a legas go on. Era she go nane shu ami go nane she au de jacquini da kego cho adwards and gate isi et de tiage on cloud de sinesia go ke legas go on. Era tia si county in the na hishu sampatanet it's a cats a dig haniwa gate. And I could take out any day send is your season, your gods a lega Sunday. Edaje shu sene zona tali sinethandi. Eratia se counting de. Era cashew, Ejikakone titanet esi, Ejishon cloud is a meladite and not se caninizi agasogo o. Era cashew jesse counting it days, Hatulesene zumezo canisecots a lesson day. At la counting it dashi canitsi, the sea catuleta hokianats a limits a secots a lesson day. Eda Asia tua kanim gets a insurance policies what I do tele at Laishi that's like all there's on Sina take it is a canoe get you delegate. And I could down to that she sent me out the Allah as you go none to Canada go only lane good thing they cook Asia city theatre and delegate. And I could it just say counting a day to taco is and is met a day, because Utanita on Sunday Megats it does go on. At like your coat house I get me there, I'll get that get seat leisure not again through getty. And I just see, I see counting a day she kiss up, but on a day she met on that and they can you what's a dude LA. And I can't let the whole the national cloud goes out a day. Era tia she kanya si so se ko tselia go on. Era si shu go nane shu ti kame so one thenti. Era tia si counting de she e ka go tsetle sene sin se ko tsule ke ti kani wa ke ti. Era kuti e she go nane shu a jo na hi shu ka jo tlaute me so se ko tselia go on. Onke shumetsokots ete akudeshi land e edasi like kane thenti at not se kani uko kete gata taunti kete sone atlashi tanete konata heili siji kudeshi o that like oitlenat ente kani tsake Era kati dicho sabana let's a si dicho swajo cloud a si kani who goes at there's a go aje konata near they see claim goes at there. Era kudi count any day a shikonane shukonane na get that atanita was si kanu coquette and alkini thing as on it. And I should go none shook out the kite clear sick canugo gain the kite you want get the era could go megara casual seats also nation daminata secots elegas on the and I should go none show me could eat a sick canits and cats at it a shake out the massy medicine than the and I should go none should choke out the cottage or cottage that's all get they want a Eda eshi konane a mi kani sene isi bohea got isi shi kodi ewa geti da kodi edicho eki mo got ente kani wats edidi masite ne agote Eda sila kane sendi eshi kaude dati si ka eshi konane shu sene isi natas etseda mezoko etseda Kantitani that's a little mezoic etets da catileta hose goes a lesson a jontle heli lani da segots a leas go a me contrats and the neck out taking the ami contrats a ganico none sits on auke de ego heli lani at a leas go on count any day a dia me And I think the Nazis siege on how they may ride on his yagotegas on the and I could go none issue senes in melty taranes in Lanidanes get the Counting the day she cut Jones and his image go there's a go in may ride in a contrast issue Nazi goes at 80 as go on. Okay, shoot your cassette, your good in Dego Asia, Asia County, Ajo Kakunko henane tikakoti. Eta eji county atanita metso sekots ediasonti. Na kati jo masi na hedi sina thendi. A me di jo salde sente na ke shasi. Eji konane shu sene zi metso sekots ediasoko uketi. Ela te heli lani de sekots edeketi. Eda eji sambanage meche kweke. Gozugonale jukotats e kajona he gedit e soni gedi e shigots e as e didi masi. E na jo mi wona thesia jona shako gedi. Race lets like all there, and if you put lets like all there, mouth wits like all there, frame lets like all there, Mackenzie Deltas like all there. Tuna de Willa that's like all there, Detchels like all there, Yellowknife Centers like all there. Amigo take et hit aga. Grace Lake's like all there, Yellowknife North's like all there, Sawtooth's like all there. Amish it's on like it eyelash on Nashako Kate. The Batchers like all there, Yellowknife Centers Camlet's like all there, Haver North's like all there, Haver South's like all there, and in between that's like all there, and Nana puts like all there. And that cadets ending, it's like taking that high key, it's on like any, because okay, it's not saying that okay. And I could eat not say can you walk it day. And I should not say take a shot to ticket the good it's just that's like all the go there. Then I go there see as you go 9 bill 45 see it's like it me what's it like it 8.23 a bell 45 Asia dear take him make a shot a tickles on killy that's on it's not hot at that day. And that's so killing on it as a paqueta. It go near you get it as in as you get there. It at the shots like all the social show closet.
I now call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for a new.
Me go take it, you get the new booklets like all the contea. It is 448-20 bracket 1, 2627 like a me that's a decade. Must sit the go there. Come it's over nothing. And that cut is go on that you should go at your cigarettes if the like it you must see.
Welcome back, committee.
Kadesh Gonanish Lanatse 448-20 Braga 1 is high 2026 2027 ji sampatanet et I ego nikini la kadiwa geti edacho Eje du thale je kisho ko gintele edaje gonanu dets ek au deso sampa gin dasi eje shu tanita gin lasoni Edaji sampats ek audesi sadu sini de soni ginti. Masi tene ako desi etishansion ko kentedi. Eda eshi ko nane shujiaji inte tanets enzek e ko zinte kongeti. Eda ko nane shu se masi kurusine fenti. Eda eshi ko nane shujuk audesi de dia ajo asine ajo kane ko ni technikini leunt eketi atla tuhtsene kane waketi. Eda kuteji megali lani tanita jo nesia ko te asone Dene ako te se du hai le lani a shu ase kane hoku dene thente. Eda shu du thale shu ase kane hoku kinte onde. Eda kare du hai le lani a eteje kane hoku kinte. Eji la sene zio jo klaute ne zio gullegeti at laje county it like kwens ek justice gots and that's ek issue ikonanua geti Eda te tishu kasi kanu ko kinte und Eda Kuti ko nane shu shi kak achene 135 million so ki now de ko nane shu asu ko kin desi 2026 2027 se debts and all the see desi ko nane shu ko taking la see 40 million si shi met asi ko nane ko out dia Era thets energy days wa kone shu ko out dik hanes kika 30 million sia jo cloud ji it like currents legeti Edati sampala je me gailina de koti asi khanit like currents amine zu ko tinta ko gen tele si ko geti ko so ya thete so kukeni thi ko so I hono kizona kin tets geti ejila 2026 2027 okay sampaniki the counting de dia jo khanwa gelea Eratia se county se she say ajo cloud ji atu mats et down de ikonane shuk out it's like shu hitleti de so konya the khani go on the tets ko ginte Eda kuti du ji sampanage me check sampats eketani ta ko out dia soni Eda shuk entali lani de khani ko ageti aso go o eje me gali lani sampatanet esi ejila untats I high is 2027 in the deji ko nane shu hiswa ko gelea atlete zoik eudik e khanitsa kyaketi asho ko nane ne zu ko tsenti tsanke gala ki te keshin shu ine zana ko tseleketi ko nane shu me khania se tsanke gala ke ta sho ko tin te ko keshi ira tia se counting de se mega tla unta hats ani lani aketi And I thought sounds 2026 see et on sampanage see et in short cloud sene zu ikonata e si galaketa da kukeni teketi e she me gaili lani tani da shon cloud tsaliza yeta za 2026 ko kelea Ikonane diasi regional implementation get decision megata gala get dasi she close aso cloud gele gozo dia me kanina dik ojon gala ki dese de tin so aso cloud a me kani uta kwe ko hegala ki deke she ko hese ko gele county ni de she taneta aso cloud sene isia se kani o giti kani wa geti Ena kutik entali lani di maintenance shalai kutli detsek au the sea Asia kanina di guandi zek esi jila 2026 2027 zek ajon seko ke legedi Konane shudame kani naiti kwanti tsake kontats ake kani kwa kani gate isi ejin shugo hese ko ke lageti eda shi konane shu ami kani katu lesi kani da ko tsake dia eda eji la tsali za kiso shu thate si tso kani se ko ke lega so ko o e konane shu kontats ake shu kani jometa gala tsats ake ne za ko ke lega e nane shu county de mi kontats eke na cheats eke shu kani ko akone te eti county si me gali lani ko na thegala ke ta ke sene se ko he ako ke la ke ti erati kani na ti ke ujo la ta ko khai de asi county si ju shedin se kajo kani se ko ke la e je me gali lani da 2027 ke sampajana ta ni ki vaga erati ajimet aude asi jo shena ta se ko ke le ko son sene zu I ne zu tene ko seni ko ki ageti erati asi khandi me gali la sampa tane te ajo thaute me zo o se ko ke la son di sampa si me gali kontras ke se ko ke le ko zo ami khani iknati ke ujo zo ke ti si ju ko na ta se ko ke le ke ti ajo kontra sele khani ko tsa ke ti erati ami ko nane shu I kotlin te si me zo o shu gala ta thlo ko tu ke ti erati ha jo thaute je zo gala ke ta wa ke te kontras ke shu ka ko ko ke ne te un Erana he shuka jo thaldo Aurora College shu kana go tsuliketi a me khane ne e te so ke uti sa ke ko one the ko nane shu hat an 2027 so ke ti da e jila asli za yethen za 2026 ke jo thalde shu ko ke te a era chi ko nane shu a me khane jo thalde internet sa ke gala ke ta khotha sa ke e te ti a khane ko ako kene te ko nane shu sene za ko ke legeti era shi la kau ki hat only la ne si zo khane ga la ke ta wa ke ti era na hi shu ka khane te ti khane ga la ta se met au te ga un te e shi me ga li la ni da ami khane ne shi si te ti ka ke le tsa ke menata e ani zo ta ke ti I me ga li la de sene jene ja ko tse le ga so ko o eta e ji county li la ni da sene ji un ta khani wa ke ti era khuri ken ta le ko tha tse ke te ne ka o te ke ko he se ko tsu le ke ti a te sa tso me shi ke le shu ta zo tha tha tsu ke ti si ko tha tse ke ko he se ko tsu le ke ti e ji me ga ta da ke ti si a zo shna ta se ko ke le ko tso Eji khani sampats ke la tuajo ke dalina sampanaje sampats ke ti da ta za ke so khak ane da 2030 so khak one kuki thia era khudi tu ga la ta se shi la ko nane thalsen ko te shi so ka ko ke insi arctic economic ko ke security corridor ko ke decisions ke shu era ti khani ke la ka la ke dalina tene ka te ke ko ko ke te un te era te te shu ta va khani so la ke ta si se ne ju ko na ta se ko ke le ga so ko era shi ko tlin te tsan ka de se ke ta le a me khani ko tha tsa ke ne tene ka te ke te ko na te la ke ta se ju ko tsa ke te la je buffer delta tsa ke na ko di no te so te me ko tha tsa ka ve se in Uvalde region corporations ke go he la ke ta era shi Mackenzie delta tsa ke shu Asian shoes ke da la ke asi and ta si se ko le ke ti eda e shi ko nane shu e te RRC ta ke te ko ai ko te un te khons ke shu te ke shu ke ta le ko tha ke shu na to ke se atla ti wa me khani ko te shat a se ka de ke ti si te ti a jo khasi khani so la ke ta wa ke te atla ko tha ke ne da ko te kwe ko ke tsiasi khani wa ke te era na he shu kha so thau te me ga tse ta da je enterprise ke shu kwe ta ni da ko tswa ti tse ke me ga tse ta na he ke ta ni na tlin cho government shu ko he ga la tse ta ke te And it's administrative region go get DC de din shu kaniko heli lani go like the econana ECC go get DC de diaje bocho kon is no ki hatsa kaniko hela get dashi la go din frank channel jinoi ako get je kanio ako get it does like kind of thank you. I like to take you, Johnny Dennis, one day. And I just gonna create an issue. And it did issue as well. Thought I say, can it like it on this? I go get like it. Got so it did issue. Petro con see that I do kill Lani Dash. It got like it. I go here get it. And na he go none issue. I show send you go here go get like it. No take out the city can I call Tanes go that's any there. See she got in that's like out the city tissue as you got and this and go here like it goes a tissue. Go take call tight silly city tissue so cloud the head like it and Asia committee got on ticket chits and so do high social cloud at a tits and go get like a GSO go get DC at the diaz or cloud the sene zoo. It does the economy go senish and tits and you say go get like a day. At la on care shukia or cloud the contact in it. Could you go none should dear sick how they dear so how them got a dude elecani ho dear she was a desire so me got a down the atla she go none should she $30 million see she can't darling like creds and a one go get leggy I shall do take good link take me like creds I use all day what get the and she should send it in him it's all at it na ko nale shutia shu ko tse te si a chu kha shu chu sabanale tse ke ko kin te on te na ko te ma si ko du sina thenti I da te tu sene ja so si wa kin te I da te se khani me ga la ni da ne ja ko te as ko ni at the department ko tsa ke a jo ko tin te ko ke shin ko tin ko ta ko la se khani wa ke te ma se te na ko te la khate na khati si chok all the ne the sony in the day na khati shi ko tin ta ko tse ke shi la ta tse on si te koni ni tlajendi na khati ti cha jo si ko tse te si me ga tse ta ke te da khoti shi ko na le shi a jon hlaute si shi hlelat ono silano hlati hleta tle ko jon hlelat on silano tsen ting ko jon hlelat on silano tsen hluli ta tle si si me tse ke ta kwa kena then so ni ke ti da khoti shi da shi ko na le shi sampatane te khanik okay si 2026 2027 Ejila $354,984,000 comments on one of that. Masicho konde ke the city sampa khani kun nikin le si shila shikona ne shik yokin the lech athe lawont Eda koti konani ji sampotane te kon ki thesiti a jon tlaute appropriation ake disi me tathe laon te ji la jon sampotane ko jon tlatake la. Eda e ji XV ake disi e ji sampotane te ji tetsan kao te kani konikini lasi e ji mega take te. Si ji tsaketa kwa kena thensoni. Na koti koti kani sampa kani konikin let's Asia mega taketi eta eshi kotlin te ko Asia county waketi eta eshi sampa tane konikin lela $1,888,051,000 comments all one of that message konte geti tsak Era Kodeshi table document and that's a 448-20 bracket 1 issue high 2026-2027 what then get the Era Kodeshi cook that could you never boot let's like all the contega. Rakati masit denego desi age table document 448-20 bracket 1 2026-27 CG kuti age 448-20 bracket 1 C ajon cloud distrok enta lilani da age inclinat saison latake that the masat denego de. And I could dish him it's like it in Agati. Can't go nothing then a latte. Amigo take a tet aga. Kind that dead. And I call 44-20 bracket 1C agent and that's a canit on Slatake aga. And I could go none shoot this one on cloud is table is as you cooking this one could get that as you all the is she must see medicine authentic. Now could you George me want that then sonic and join if you put let's like all the shits on tega. And I cut a could discharge on cloud and that's you dedicated must see. Ina kudishi internet si e jishu kamets o one of the sit and a latte. And I kaijin that dead all. And I could discharge in tega.
Member from the Decho.
Shots like other going there that they must sit there go there see agent and that's a 448-20 bracket 1 2026-2027 cooking day and I could issue go non issue and that's a shake a kicking I get it 448-20 bracket 1 see a discharge or cloud they get with that get it. And I could do a appropriation built a sea a lea gashugaita and I could go none shoot this chunk I shoot I in target with target day. And I could eat that shots like other going day and I could make it's like it I get it. Came let's like as you Ida kamets ovona se dena lahle amigo tek ethet aga amishets ona kenita ga le khai na tsenta te tunde ena khude ji kona ne na tse khadima ke ji thaidi lani da je ke ja ke tiunde ida khude ji jo ami tek enti se josion kontega masi da khude jo thani zanta 2026 tlesatse und hani kürzene teketi eda ti ajoasi khani chome takin tak ya tisi masi ko tu tiketi ko tu sam ejitlanatse asi lo khani ko de 72-20 bracket 1 73 bracket 20 bracket 1 74 20 bracket 1 75 20 bracket 1 eda jiket on get asu kinta eda ti asi lo geta eda jikonane su khani Hoki taketi get on to shua joansi hoki taketi. Edaji 33-20 bracket 1. 34-20 bracket 1. Ekonale make I that tasi jo sits and keraking da. Eda ejikonale shu Ejia joint and not sick haneaking taketi bell 46. Bell 45. Bill 34, 37-20 bracket 1. Eda 30. Eda masit na go there. Eda kati. Edi cho masi cho tena lena zegala intakete. Eda kati kak cho so no te cho na hegala intakete. Eda kati masi EIA like ejona hegala taketi eda eji gojana hegala taketi da kati sa chontani zenta that on choza to like 2026 tesa chontani kashu kenat ni masi